Very good evening to one and all as we welcome you here to the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It really looks a picture here. Unfortunately, it's going to stay that way for some time, and that's because today's game, in fact, the first game of a doubleheader here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in the TT Professional Football League, it's nothing happening primarily because Club SANDO were here. Unfortunately, Fortin Civic failed to show, so a walkover victory for it is 3 goals and 3 points. I think Angus Eve is going to love that all the same. I'm Raskimar working along with Vidya Ramphal, and Vidya kind of disappointed because this is our South Derby in essence, and you feel players on both teams would have wanted to play today.
Yes, hello to everyone. Yes, it would have been a game that would have been eagerly anticipated by the sports fans in South Trinidad. They would have been looking forward to this particular one, as well as the individual teams and their supporters. But unfortunately, it will not come off. There's no explanation so far as to why Point Fortin have not been able to get a team or rouse a team together for this one. I imagine they would have been looking forward to it. I mean, they haven't had the best of records against Club SANDO in recent times, but they did beat them almost a year ago to the day. They beat them 1-0 in an important match. So there is something in it for them, but unfortunately it's not to be.
When you look at it now, they're really on opposite ends of the table in a real sense, with Club SANDO pushing for the top spot, and of course Civic needing points just to stay afloat here at the moment. But so, and given that, you'd be surprised that they wouldn't show up to try to get points today. And as you said, a victory over Club SANDO would have gone a long way for them to heal some of those wounds and to erase some of the disappointments that they've had, thus far this season. But that is, as they say, water under the bridge, and we just have to live with that. So unfortunately, we don't have this particular game, the scheduled game between Point Fortin Civic and Club SANDO, but we do have another game on tap.
Yes, and our producer is telling us that game coming up . Yes, so it's Point Fortin Civic against Caledonia AIA. That game would have played last week, so we're now going to have that game for you. And then afterwards, of course, it's going to be AC Port of Spain in action, and they are in action
against Rangers.
Against Rangers in the second game. So let's take a look at that game, and then, of course, we'll have that live match coming up for you.
So we have the teams now making their way to the field of play there. They are meeting each other. Got a very interesting encounter with the first match. 3-1 victory by the FC Eagles over the Phoenix, 1976 Phoenix, and now we have another rather interesting one appeared. Caledonia AIA in their blue. They are up against the home team, another Point Fortin Civic FC. Standing first bar that shows that Caledonia AIA after 8 matches on 7 points. And Point Fortin Civic FC 7 points after 8 matches, 2 in 9th position. So they're very close on the table. Points will be very crucial in both of them. Captain of the Caledonia AIA team is Karen Cummings, and the goalkeeper Isaiah Diaz, and the head coach is that of Jerry Moore, also head coach of the SANDO North team in the SSFL. For the Point Fortin Civic FC, the goalkeeper is Terence Lewis, and the captain by Ezekiel Issa, number 9. The head coach here They're just moments away from the start of this one. The referee, Sean Gonzalez, national referee, assistant referee, Jonathan John, assistant referee number 2, Colin Vernon Thomas, fourth official, Jovan Peters, match commissioner Kyle Dupree, and referee assessor, it's Linda Bramble Thompson. Moments away from the whistle of the referee, that's Ruskin Mark and myself, Louis Gonzalez, commentary here through the wave, and featuring the FIFA Plus. Just waiting for the signal from the match commissioner, Kyle Dupree, to get us on started. They are chiefly responsible for the conduct of an overall execution of the match.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle here. I think Civic will want to ensure that they get 3 points out of this race.
But I mean, they found themselves on the losing end. Just last week, Sunday, right here, against the very same team that was defeated just a couple of minutes ago, Phoenix. So they really have to do something in protecting their home turf here. It's a performance that is commendable, but they have a very strictly outfitting that from Caledonia AIA in front of them. They have not been playing bad football, just that they need to be able to finish in the last two, that's particularly Point Fortin FC. So we can see that is Caledonia themselves have been a bit inconsistent when they're ready to play football. They do. Sometimes they need to be a lot more consistent than, as we saw earlier on as Markland being now, as we saw earlier on with the consistency of the second half in particular, like FC Eagles that allowed them to win that one rather convincingly against Phoenix, who took the lead. What a beautiful ball it is, but intercepted there nicely. Easy by Cornwall. Gets it across. The famous yellow and red stripes. He goes down. No foul, saves the referee. Unfortunately, that was yellow and red. Caledonia in the blue outfit. Started on both teams very, very fast with this end. We're losing position now. Skipping around, looking for that shot. He gets it. Knew what he wanted to do. Didn't raise his head eventually. Struck that ball. It's some venom, but very, very further direction. With certain improvement on. Gets it up, Eden on that goes up, gets it up the halfway line. Cummings, outfielding, putting in Senegal to league on the whole shade at the national level. Number of years, captain in the AIA team. Another former national, Ezekiel Issa. Moving slowly from the back. Catching the patience to stop. And slowly from the sport of the emotion, those who are intelligence will definitely control one of the behavior, as they always reclaim themselves on the referees. But both of them jostling to get ball possession. desperately needing points are the both teams that lie on the 8th and 9th position. 8 in Caledonia Civic. Each. Fortin on to Rambine. Rambine menace on that right side sends it and put communication there between he and his teammate. In this case, it would have been Isaiah Johnson. Plays it slowly. Short there. It's a short one it was. Another one gets in inside. With interception there by the Caledonia to make this one up from here now. Be closely monitored. Interestingly, we look at the physique, the skin of these players all seems to be of the same size, especially from Fortin FC. Is it a deliberate plan to select players of such builds? Not like what we saw of Phoenix.
That generation used to be when you come to South, look to be the sure person from you have to be doing hard and you don't hard by there was strong physical individuals. When you think of Ninja, that's the process.
Yes.
Really physical guys.
Tackling for the midfield here now. And holding on, but playing it out of defense. Gets it in time. Up here trying to find Ramdeen. One of the outstanding MVP players, back-to-back MVP for the SSFL. A couple of years ago, just before the COVID period. Very quick. A lot of speed being shown by both teams. Hopefully getting into that one. As it's going to be a corner kick on the far side there. Referee signal Sean Gonzalez. Assistant referee, that's number 1 in the person of Jonathan John, and assistant referee number 2, Brandon Thomas Cohen, all being national referees. Slowly but surely moving across there to take the corner. This is going to be a quite interesting one. First corner in the match thus far. And we're just about just around 8 minutes into this match. Short one taken, Mark. Gets it floating dangerously inside the penalty area. Head goes up. Still under pressure. It's Caledonia bouncing around. And they're appealing for handball. Notices the referee.
Close. Very close. Now, whatever literally is another thing that can stop you to scrub the hand. But I don't think it's deliberate enough to accept that.
Well, you know, as they say, Mark, you know, it's whether it's hand to ball or ball to hand. So if the ball finds the hand, or if the hand finds the ball,
And that's understanding. Thank you. The game is, it has a nice feel to it, but it's not as many triples as we did the last time. I said, well, anything for some of you like coming about that. It is a clean, light time to show that he's, that he can command the middle of the park and moves tight. But if you don't give him that, then force the change in other things. That is what I think he can keep him at bay. It's not allowing there to do.
And I guess we're seeing that good teams right now just playing quick football straight into the hands of the goalkeeper there for Caledonia in the person of Diaz. You see Diaz in his green and black in comparison to the goalkeeper Terence Lewis for Fortin. We had earlier on Carrington and the Canary all yellow. Now we seem to have all white there for Terence Lewis. Which is the first moving onto the right flank. Just trying to pull from the back. Sends him on his way. Pulls him on the third. Battling for it. He's got it upfield. As both referee and AR agrees. So we are throwing there for the Caledonia AIA team. We're taken there by number 26. What a name with a bear. That is and at time I was even speaking to the coach and saying, the guy with the funny name, he didn't make an attempt.
Because he knows he's in trouble every time.
Ayodele here. My word.
What a shot.
That is a wonderful goal.
Excellent.
Caledonia on top by one.
He just hit the Celestial. He just planted the right foot on it, and it's flew past the goalkeeper. He really didn't have much of a chance there to get to that one. And the City, so in the 12th minute of play, Caledonia were taking the lead in this encounter.
And that's what has happened, Ruskin, when you get opportunities like that, you remain calm, composed, and you make the goalkeeper work. Putting it down into the far corner, exceptionally a well taken strike away from the goalkeeper, and it made it exceptionally difficult for Terence Lewis and his whole white to get that one.
Malachi Celestin with his goal of the 2-8. Civic so trailing in this one now. This is not what they wanted, and again, I don't think any team would like to go behind. But if it's 7 million, that is a winner. Pick themselves up, that sitting on those children.
And interestingly enough, it's in the early stages, Civic showing more purpose and energy, but the score sheet shows differently. We had one opportunity thus far for Caledonia and capitalizing on it, turning it from an opportunity into a goal on the score sheet. Malachi Celestin
took it so well. The goalkeeper had a good view of it, could do nothing about it. It was so powerfully. We always say, beat goalkeepers, especially good goalkeepers, you put it below and hard. That's exactly what he did. Good job placement in here. Have to get an answer.
Yeah. That's it. Missed that one. Flag went up there by Jonathan. Had to be able to have that, as I say, the linesman reflects We need to look and observe when that flag is in the air. Any player who may have breached the offside rule. Tackle built here by the Caledonian team.
So what's that just like? Next to
The line.
yeah, in and around the area.
A shot.
From the top of the flag. It would force a seat out of the goalkeeper. But again, you see the intention.
Would have been interesting to see if it was going between the upright and the crossbar. What would have happened there? If they really had to hit some power, it's went about maybe 7 meters away from the upright. The team showing that intention from early, especially Caledonia AIA, as they lead this one. The 12-minute item scored by Malachi Celeste.
It's a whistle. The flag did go up. Interesting. To the events here, so I'm sure came into this pitch. They might be free, but for winning this game, that was sort of the first half of the game. You can't say never, because it's only going to the offside. Yes, it is just not into an offside position, but a good ball over the top.
And interestingly enough, to read you, sorry, the assistant referee needs to get a correct alignment to determine if the player is guilty or not of being in an offside position. You've seen a lot of rapid free kicks being taken. We saw it actually last week, right here with Defense Force. Made a rapid free kick and scored against San Juan Charlotte.
Rodriguez just picked up a yellow card there for Caledonia. So he has to be careful. You know, some players, there's a couple of yellow cards. Some players actually play better than them. Because it's like they have a heightened sense of, their ball load, because they know any error. Kind of discretion could result in a second yellow card. So they tend to be very careful and they tend to be a little bit more deliberate in how they play.
It's quite a strange way of looking at it, then.
But it does have in the sense that some players react thinking, that's a fault against so throws out the entire performance. Some others, like I said, when you put them on a yellow card, they thrive and that's a good ball, but it's going to stay, can it get to it? It might just be that and it gets there.
It's a bit strange, we don't have VAR here, and but one of the eligible to sell lower of the CPM flag, but interestingly with the outside. But the flag should have gone up a little earlier. Actually waited until the player touched the ball, which was the ruling that was in effect several years ago. Eventually it got changed, not necessarily waiting for the player to touch the ball, but once you're already in the offside position and going in the area of active play, to get that flag up.
So it makes sense because the more players get injured in that as there is. The referee system that when you go past the person's offside, they're doing what the whistle doesn't touch the ball as well. By that time, the whole complexion changed.
I was kind of remember guessing the FIFA Club World Cup in Japan. That when it was in effect, Ronaldo made a mockery of it. He literally ran after the ball and slowed down, and it took almost about 45 seconds before he touched it, and he really circled his foot over it, then touch, and then people said, no, this is making a mockery of it.
As soon as he also raised the flag, So that's being a little bit. I think it helps because then you have that in between. So in a sense, trying to protect it, you're not going out for defensive. Because it's just muscular. You can't cross the ball, so you need to keep forward. So that's a combination and it snatches the shot.
On the what went on there with him, he really did well in the initial passes, but now takes through the shots. And an issue there. Sometimes that
There's a big issue of the big place. They look so good, right? They're so good, but still. Just go. No, that speaking of approach work, and he hits the upright. Wow. It's just not his thing.
And that's really a difficult one when he hits the post with that and not hit the post and going but hit the post and go and just stays out.
It is hard to.
It's coming again. His favorite left foot and just straight depth and dangerous with it.
Basically for us, and that's good. And plenty of the confrontation there. And doing brilliant.
But it well, reading it well and coming off his line and putting it out of turns. That's Isaiah Diaz.
How to just needs to avoid these situations where the ball is scuffed up, if you know what I mean. They need to stretch it when they have to and then keep it tight. That's another good header. Excellent ball. Once again, the control just not there.
And while we're seeing the urgency, Ruskin, just the composure sometimes missing with the players. Urgency is good, but also compose behind and with the ball will certainly help.
Well, the problems here. It's 2v2, and our third one joins the fray. Excellent defense there. Put the man off, cut off his R3.
A 2v1 there. Both teams actually playing the same type brand of football. They are spreading to the wing when necessary. Mark Ramsey now on the inside, always favoring to move on the inside. Has come run over Tim, back to Mark. Spreads the team further with a lot of time and space on that left flank.
You have no control.
Mark seems to be possibly following him, but both broken down there. Another counter attack here from one to the next. This is about 4 versus 3 now.
Well, it actually turns out well in the end. Here is Best, and that's a great block in the lead coming across in the nick of time, Cornwall. The minds of City also.
One mentioned Mark with the intensity of this game, the pace they're going at, if they'll be able to sustain it for the entire 90 minutes, they're really moving at a fast rate. And fitness certainly will be a critical element here at the Mahaika Sporting Complex as we have a 1-0 lead there by Malachi Celestin just around the 12th minute for Caledonia AIN, and could have easily been 2, 3, 4 goals up. But good defensive work by the Fortin Civic, and then ball negotiating off the bar on the other side. The post of Caledonia's Isaiah Diaz. That could have been easily been the equalizer.
The only thing outside the country is the inside. A lot of chances of winning.
Small in stature, most of the players, especially from Civic, but showing a high level of agency and fitness as of now. But having more of the ball possession, here it's Caledonia ENA with another attack. Clearance there by Civic, not controlling it too well. It goes through a flag touch and goes out of play. Signal for a throw in there by Jonathan John. It's going to be given for the Caledonia EIA team, and some of these short players know how to throw the ball very, very far, running up sometime in the penalty area. Will he be going to one with this one? Let's wait in the field.
Last time we're at a state there with one guy. Scrambled away, but not very fast, coming back into the area. And finding ways to keep it in the area, into the danger zone. Still get something going towards this, a bit dangerously. And now the kick is rewarded. Oh. I thought that there were 2 or 3 occasions prior when he could have blown the whistle in favor of Caledonia. Instead, the time he first blow the whistle, it goes against them. The movement of this left hand side as a fluid. When the waited dwelled on the ball for so long that the defender was able to take it away. Obviously felt he had more time than that, and only to realize that the man who was attacking him was very, very fatigued. So, round team goes down.
I guess he just said the man fell down.
Yep.
I didn't push him down, he just fell down.
We're going to get to the end of that. He's quick, but not that quick. And that's because coming across there as coming across there is Williams. He tidies up quite nicely for Caledonia.
Very good penetrated pass there by Kesal to Ramley. Who said if he was just a little faster, it would have created some serious trouble for the Caledonia team.
A little faster than having a lift to go. Good combination again, a chance. Shot is blocked. And this is a great effort here from Ramsey. He didn't waste any time at all. Well, you could see the intention. He was trying to curl it. Just didn't come out. He just didn't get the curl that he required.
Must commend them for seeing the opportunity and taking it. It wasn't too far away, just about maybe 2 meters from the upright. And that is what sometimes we need of players, just to be spontaneous, react to the space and the opportunity when given it. Nothing to show from that, however, as the trail. Caledonia AIA with a 12-minute goal scored by Malachi Celestin pro Caledonia AIA.
Done in attendance with that outside, doing a good job. Civic keeping possession. Everybody inside the Caledonia had. There's plenty now. There's Rambine ahead of him. That's a tough boy. And, it's so tough that it's almost an impossible ball for him. He's not a tall man, so you probably want to play to his feet. as much as possible. Best please. Good opportunity. It's on his way now. This could be interesting here. Excellent. And again, didn't get the curve. He was trying to just sneak it into that far post, but the ball just went straight. It never curved. And it just agonizingly played it out wider. So Arthur just missing out on a great opportunity there. That's exclusively been the second game for Caledonia.
And possibly something that could be looked on by the coaches in their training sessions, because both players trying to curl, not getting it as they would like to. But certainly if they had gotten it to the way they wanted to, it could have been more threatening at goal.
Slowly getting into the game. It was again opportunity to run. That's a great ball. Rampine is there, but he doesn't make the kind of contact that is required. He just needed to make positive contact and just guide it. You have to hit it hard. It had enough pace on it. All he had to do was, I say, redirect it into the goal.
That's a grand opportunity went a big in there, because he went on his favorite foot, the left foot, and he didn't capitalize on that. So it's really a grand opportunity there to get the equalizer. And surprisingly, Mark Landine, who should have done better, didn't do as well as he should for himself and his team, but they still trail the Caledonia AIA by 1-0. Sometimes there's a split second taking your eyes off the ball can really create that situation to occur. Should have done actually a lot better with that, even controlling it and bringing it down on the surface and striking it with another option. But he decided to go first time in air and miscalculated the pass and made a mess of it.
Another heavy challenge there. You can just see the games. It's just bubbling right now because players are really fighting for everything here. You know? And I think what happened is that although Civic are trailing in this game, they've done enough to suggest that they can maybe get an equalizing goal, or certainly can score in this game.
Well, they have shown attacking, as we're seeing now. Another one gets it inside, and in heaven's name, who did that?
Well, whoever is probably looking for a hole in the ground there right now so he could crawl into.
Another grand opportunity.
Difficult thing there from that angle, which was miss the target. It would have been so much easier to score. He did the more difficult thing and scoop it over. Think about Philbert Jones with a similar scenario, and that really haunted him. That's Robertson there.
Yeah, that's Keelan Robinson. He really should have done better with that. Had the opportunity. Now Mark Ramdeen going down the right flank. Favored. He's going to get on that left foot. With some space, he's going to take a shot at Robinson against the defender. Really had a glaring opportunity at goal and went aimlessly over the bar there. Must be ruining that mistake as another counter attack now by the Caledonia. Place it back to Lopez, the goalkeeper.
That's Cornwall covering nicely and easing that pressure. Now he's on his way. The goalkeeper is coming, and I'm not sure if he actually saw the goalkeeper, and but he was so focused on the ball that you say you thank your lucky stars that he wasn't closer when the goalkeeper was coming out on that occasion. Kessar would have been, he could have been hurt because his head was down and he was traveling at full speed.
We must commend his head. Yes, he read it well and came off and made a timely clearance. Denying the Point Fortin Civic another grand opportunity at his goal.
That's a low clearance that is coming back the other way. Here they come again. Another opportunity.
Gets it
This time saved by the goalkeeper. Well. It's almost as if he cannot score from there. Ezekiel Kessar should have really buried two in quick succession.
Really should have done better with that, but really fantastic work on the far side. I believe it's Caden Robinson got it inside to the captain Ezekiel, and goalkeeper standing in his way.
And again, the goalkeeper it's a calculation he's making there. He could have anticipated going to his left. He just stayed there, and the ball came straight at him. He never had to move.
So it seems as well we have an early substitution now. Is it number 7 and 11, is it? What are we seeing here?
Caledonia or Civic.
Is it Civic? Yes.
It's Caledonia who is making the substitution. Yes, number 7 is going off.
So Kieran Manswell,
Yep.
is it?
Yeah.
That's kind of person he would have been substituted by. Didn't make it out too clear.
Say number 11.
But the number 11 is Tyrese Manswell. He should have been one of those on the starting 11.
So we can sort of make sure we can identify him properly. But that's another good run. Excellent movement again. And they still have numbers. Here's Ramdeen. Good football. Trying to get it in. Opportunity. And it's cleared off the line. Well, he eventually got it past the goalkeeper, but it doesn't go in. He didn't have any kind of pace on it at all. And it's, well, plenty. Certainly did well with Arthur there. He was almost riding on Arthur's back. He ran into problems. He was looking for a leg there. Still manages to get across it. That is persistence. There is the man Celestin who's got that yellow card earlier. Or rather Rodriguez, I should say. That now is really been trying to get in there. So the file bodies forward. This is a good spell again. This time saved again by the goalkeeper. Right on target, but right there in the way is Diaz. And he is really having a good half. He brought off a couple of good saves, but it has to be said, those shots are coming far too close to him. They're powerful, but they're much too close to him.
And you're quite correct there. Putting it away from Diaz, he would have been in some trouble there. Striking it well with good power, venom and power, Kessar, but he needs to put it away from Isaiah Diaz. That'll take away from the fantastic saves that he has provided and performed for his team thus far. But grand opportunities coming the way of Point Fortin Civic, but nothing to show on the score sheet thus far. As another free kick, straight head goes up.
Again, not a bad ball at all in there. Early ball out. And opportunity to run. Certainly has to do a little bit better with that ball. You can't just flick it like that. Celestin again. Atta off the bar. Well, he saw the white, as they say, and he didn't waste any time getting the shot off, only to be denied by the crossbar. And that is with the goalkeeper firmly planted to the ground.
Again, we're seeing in this second match and even in the first one, Shots negotiating off the crossbar as well. Ramdin now with some time and space. He's being pursued by one, going on that favored left foot of his, looking for some assistance. And Robinson not doing too well. He knows that he should have done better with that one. Really not composing himself and taking that one, going way over the crossbar for a goal kick now to be taken by Isaiah Diaz, goalkeeper for the Caledonia AIA. Still lead this one with a 1-0 lead. Goal scored just around the 12th minute by Malachi Celestin. Grand opportunities being made there, but nothing to show for it as yet by the Point Fortin Civic team. Should have actually, from the opportunities they had, should have found themselves about maybe 2-3 goals up, but nothing on the score sheet as foul being committed. Another player here receiving a yellow. Who is it? He's walking across there. Get the number of that player soon.
But again, the game is, you're seeing it's action at one end, then action at the other end. And they're already trading punches here. And it's who is going to land the better blow before it's all said and done.
And this is a free kick to be taken. I think most likely it's Cummings behind it. It's favored left foot.
Yeah, you can go directly to goal from there. That's not out of his range at all. Goalkeeper, be aware and be very aware, because danger could be coming your way real soon. He waits. Out it in, and we have a player down on the ground. Like I don't know if he got pulled down or what. That the player stays down. It looks like Atta is down there.
And he seems to be in some level of discomfort.
He's appealing to the referee as if to plead his case.
He's more concerned about the alleged foul on him.
Yep.
Or does he need treatment? Physio is making a way onto the field of play, and in this case it's the physiotherapist Laurel Romain doing a lot of work over the last couple of games. It's been the 9th match here, match day number 9, on which we have game number 56. The last game here on this weekend of games. Doubleheader on Friday, doubleheader yesterday, and now another doubleheader in this case right here at the Mahika Sporting Complex. First game, very interesting affair with as well, first set of points on the table, a win that is, for the FC Eagles, getting it against the team that defeated this very Point Fortin Civic team last week Sunday right here. And that was the Phoenix team dropping short now. He's limping off this time around, a bit uncomfortable there, showing some discomfort. Let's hope it's not serious.
Yeah, he does look like he was in some pain, trying to walk it off. And it would be interesting to see if he's able to come back home. And that's the thing, a little bit of spray and voila.
Let's see about this magic spray. Do you think you feel it's mind over matter to a certain extent?
To some degree.
Yeah.
So.
You hear the word magic and you spray. You gotta get up and move. Oh my word. Just leaving the ball and pushing the player down.
Just, as I say, just shoved him out of the way.
If it was rugby, well then maybe permissible.
And the reason why he did it because he felt he was being held, and the referee concurs. Because look at where the free kick is going. It is going to Civic. When we all thought that with the push, it was clearly going to be a foul against Civic, but it was the infringement before that the referee spotted.
And if that is the case, you got to be careful. They're managing the game. If that is, you certainly don't want to encourage any pushing. of a player and the other one. So even if the kick goes to the other team, still got to verbally caution the player who did the pushing. Could find yourself having to do a lot more work in managing the players if simple things like that are left unattended.
There he goes again, just over pushing there. You could see him putting his head down and really, Celestin really trying to fight his way forward. And again, turning, twisting 1, 2, 3 players. And now he's playing another intelligent ball, Ramdeen, out on that far side.
It's a player who's really deft, you know, Mark Ramdeen. Very skillful and deft, quick on the ball.
Can they now get it over? This has been their method, their approach. They've been able to go around the sides. This time Bernard couldn't keep it in. There's always a grievance when the referee blows the whistle. And another card, because somebody's always aggrieved when the referee blows, and he probably got that card, I'm not sure if for the infringement or for what he said after. This is a chance here now. He should be able to put this away, and he does with some aplomb.
Brilliant, well taken goal.
Makes it 2 for Caledonia.
Not much of a space, but put it
Up on top, 2.
just about 2 meters between the goalkeeper and the upright.
Celestin again is Johnny on the spot, right on the stroke of halftime. I'm not sure how much added on time we will have, but 45 minutes up right now. And he has his second of the evening.
It's quite interesting with that limited space that he had there. Saw it, went for it, and was successful in executing a well-taken shot between the upright and the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper may have thought he would have gone on his right, but he decided to go to the left. And the goalkeeper certainly in this case not being deft enough to keep it out. Terence Lewis as they drop short now by trailing Caledonia AIA, a double by Celestin, 2-0.
And despite all the good work that Civic has done, they find themselves trailing in this game now by 2 goals, 2-0. That is not the ideal scenario for them.
Well, actually, you know, when you got opportunities, you have to capitalize on that. And they had about 4 opportunities during this first half. Nothing to show for it. Ball hitting against the post. Good goalkeeping on some opportunities where the entire goal was left to the mercy and putting it over bar. And now they find themselves trailing with 2 well-taken goals by Celestin to carry the Caledonia AIA 2 goals up.
Jabari Lee is switching sides. He was over on that left-hand side. He's come over to the right now. And Ramdeen has probably gone over on that side to see if we can create some more problems over there. So another free kick. So we have more bodies on the ground. Really, the game, despite all the good work we've had, it's been sort of stop and start because we've had quite a number of infringements. A lot of errant tackling.
It is stiff as fuck.
We are seeing the tempo has dropped a bit as that's the whistle of the referee, Sean Gonzalez, bringing an end to the first half of this match, and at the very end of this TTPFL Tier 1, Caledonia AIA leading the point Fortin Civic 2-0, a double scored by Malachi Celestin. Well taken goals, and we'll be back with you in the next 15 minutes to continue second half in this encounter.
So it all comes down in the second half. Caledonia is still on top with 2. But Civic, I know you're coming back strong.
All right. Welcome back as we get ready for second half action here at Mahaika Oval, the famed Mahaika Oval, a place where we've had many an outstanding performance or 2 from some of the best names in local football when you think of the St. Benedict's teams of yesteryear. And a number of those players grew up in this area as teenagers and ruled secondary schools football for a number of years. The Stedmans and the Brewster, Twinkle Toes, Leo Brewster, of course Wilfred Cave, and you name it. They all seem to come out of the Point Fortin area. And even in the soccer world, a number of outstanding talents emanate from this area. So here we go with the second half of this encounter. A lot of noise there. So it's going to be interesting to see how Civic responds here. They're down by 2. And here's Carby. They can ill afford another one. Paul Pest making sure that he gets out the pass. And excellent work there from Lee. Paul played inside now, but again, just that control is just not there 100% just yet. Here's Thompson, spreads it wide. That's a good place for plenty. But he does well, and can't control it. So now we're going to have another second half performance from the team that was trailing at the interval, like we did in the first game, where Eagles came roaring back to not just erase a 1-0 deficit, but to score 4 unanswered in the second half and secured their first win of the season. But it's going to take some effort from Civic. Lee. Back it goes to Carby. He looks bewildered, but he's adjudged to be coming from an offside position. Trying to get their plenties back there, and immediately gets it back to Thompson. Carby taking his time and making sure everything worked out at the back there. Cornwall. It's a great ball. And where is the release? Too much traffic for that to be a successful ball. That's a great ball, but easily handled in the end. So yet another infringement. We do have a number 17 has come on for Caledonia. There's another great ball, and he's off to the races once again. This could be tight, and the hook back is too strong for everybody. Carpet. And that's a good shot, but right up the goalkeeper, straight into the chest of Codrington. He immediately gets it to Ramdeen, who is turning, twisting again, trying to knife his way through. And Carpet goes down, and the ball is coming the other way easily. It's another great ball, and problems here. Can he get control of it quickly? That's a good ball. Where is the shot? Misses. Well, it's just not happening for Kessar. He got into position nicely. A good feed again from Ramdeen, and but can't hit the target. Now we have a substitution or two. Trying to make sure it's 11 for 6 or 8. Yes. So Caledonia not wasting any time. They're getting reinforcements on quickly, giving them a chance to probably get into the game, get some rhythm. And that ball easily taken away now, and being turning, twisting. Wilson, and again, ball just taken away. Turning, fighting, still strong tackle. The referee's allowing play to continue there, but that looked like a double-footed challenge. And that's a good tackle again, winning the ball and winning it cleanly. So another story on that far side for Caledonia. They didn't really have to match the intensity of Civic early in the second half. They're threatening here to probably pull one back. Karabay looking around, but not getting too many options ahead of him, and he's decided to go back with it. Not for the first time, he's run himself into problems by dwelling on the ball for too long. That's a great ball. In it goes to Cummings. He plays a nice ball over there to Arthur. And, or rather, no, Arthur is on the inside. This is the substitute who's just come on. And, well, he's giving it back, curling it. And it's way too strong for Arthur. where he could have played the shorter ball for the informed Celestin. Instead, he opted to go the long way over, but there's nobody home. Way too strong. Still 2 goals separating these two teams. And Ramdeen does very well. Plays a nice little ball quickly. Gets it back. And excellent work on defense. Pest plays it forward. There's the return ball. This could be interesting here. Celestin, who's on a hat trick, is screaming into the area. Is he going to give it up? Yes, he does. Still, they can't seem to get control of it very well. He still fighting for all its worth, Celestin. Trying his best to keep possession, and they do. Working the ball around nicely now. Rodriguez keeping possession. Ferdinand losing out though, and coming back though is Carpet. Carpet just a little too short. So you could see the intention. The game has a good rhythm to it now, and chances are there's the prospect of more goals coming. And ball just intercepted. So it's going to be a throw in now to the Civic. They really have been huffing and puffing, but nothing yet to show for their efforts. And this time the referee has bailed out Lee there. Seemed to lose his footing as well.
And behind that one, it's going to most likely Joshua Bernard actually. Which one of them will take ownership of this one? It looks most likely like Joshua takes it across to Thompson, lifts it nicely into the penalty area, but safely into the hands of the goalkeeper.
And that's what we call a hospital ball, because had he kept running with the goalkeeper, you know, and that's probably why he didn't run it around, because he knows with the goalkeeper coming there.
Hospital ball.
Hospital.
I love that.
Because there is every possibility that he could get injured in that. And the way our goalkeepers operate, they take no prisoners. This could be a goal here. And he hit it over the bar. Not for the first time. We've seen opportunities from inside the 6-yard box that somehow is elevated over the bar. There might have been an infringement as well, but that is no reason not to hit the onion bag from there.
And actually, you know, even in spite of the referee blowing the whistle, he had the opportunity to strike the ball, but certainly not controlling it and went aimlessly over the bar. So even if no foul was committed, he would have wasted a grand opportunity to carry his team 3 up on this one. They're already leading 2-0. Seem to be in some level of discomfort there on the ground. And busy night for the physios.
We had one player injured up on that side. The physio had to leave him and is now rendering assistance at the other end of the ground. So he's done the full length of the field. Talk about commitment to duty.
Well, let's hope it's not something serious, that he'll be treated and treated well and be able to continue. Looks a bit motionless now on the ground.
Just out his arm, he's flexing that arm. I don't know if the elbow, it came out of the socket, the arm came out of the socket or what. I've seen that happen already, and I've seen men put it back in. Just the thought of doing that gets me weak. And but I've seen.
Have you ever experienced it?
No, I've never experienced it, but I've seen it. I mean, I've never experienced it personally.
Yes.
But I've seen guys do it, and then you hear the pop when it goes back in. I was like, man.
I guess you need to know you need to have the art of doing it.
I thought people tell you it happens all the time.
Yeah. Because some people are double jointed, it slips out, and they tell you put it back in.
Back in.
You just need to know how to put it back in.
And I'm like, really? And the same thing too, like you know, some people like when it damage your nose kind of goes sideways, and guys just pinch it and put it back in place. Lee does well and plays the ball over again. The ball just wouldn't fall for him, and the ball pass just clipping the legs there of Thompson as he was starting to gather speed going towards the area.
And I guess he's very apologetic. He really, when he made that challenge, not knowing that the player was so near, and accidentally got his foot in the way on the player, but it is a foul.
And the thing with Cummings, of course, he's getting up in age there now, so he's not as quick as he was before, but you could see the brain ticking over based on the positions he's assuming on the field, the passes he's attempting, and what have you. He's more in control, and we saw it last night with Jovan Jones.
Yes.
When he played for Police.
Another left-footed player himself.
They saw how he was able to control periods of the game just with his movement, just with his passing, and with his positional play. And what is instructive, and you're seeing it here as well, is that he looks like he's moving slowly, but he isn't. It's just that the game slows down for you after a while. When you play at a certain level, the game slows down for you. Everybody else is going at 100 miles an hour, and you look like you're going at 80. But it's not that you're going at 80, but your brain is ticking so fast that you've seen it all before, that you're able to anticipate well, and then they just react accordingly.
So I guess the football IQ remains what it is, very, very high, while the physical aspect.
It's a sport that you see it as well. You see it in cricket. That 10,000 maxim. If you hit a ball for 10,000 times, you should be able to do X or Y. That's when the game slows down for you. You would have seen spinners, off spinners, leg spinners. You place fast bowlers, and you have a general idea of how to cope.
Thompson gets himself behind this one here now. Been taking most of the free kicks for his team. Oh, quite an interesting one on the inside. Tries to catch them sleeping. Quite a very well taken free kick there, but it didn't materialize into exactly what they want.
As Cummings again, he just puts it up in the air and said, "Thank you very much." And but they give it right back to them again now. A good opportunity here. This is Ramdeen. Can he turn and get out of danger there? He's again. Lee is able to come back on the field now. That's a great turn. Looking for options. Opportunities here now. And just a little bit of flick over there, but just a little too strong. But good anticipation again from Diaz.
Serious good football there, man. Really knocking it around dangerously into the penalty, to the last third of AIA. And you're seeing that determination now from the Civic team, trailing here by 2 goals.
There's your goal scorer. He's on a hat trick. Can he get his third here? Still trying to force his way through, but that's excellent defending. And really just cut off his passing lane. Is he going to give it to the goalkeeper there now? He's going to put the keeper in trouble. But he does well in the end, but he really almost put himself in a world of trouble there. And now, a good tackling back there. He ran almost the full length of the field to get back in position, and then eventually he executed the challenge there. Ferdinand.
Quite an unusual challenge there for Mark Ramdeen. Goes up into the air with his opponent on him. But both colliding in there, but the opponent seemed to have had the worst of the challenge. Not usually seeing Mark Ramdeen going up in the air for an aerial
and hurting people.
Challenge, hurting people in the process. And he walks away quite calmly, as if, did I really do that?
I think Lee is going to be substituted. He doesn't seem like he is 100%.
So we do have a substitution there now for the Point Fortin Civic. Let's see the electronic board for this one.
You were pointing out the height of the players. They're all already almost more or less the same height.
I guess it's a deliberate
Yep.
ploy by the team to get players of that built. As Terence Diaz makes it way straight, long one floating up head. Head goes up, good defensive work there by Point Fortin.
Plenty.
Yeah.
Says that he's going to turn away and he had his anchor foot taken out from under him.
Again, just like the first half, Point Fortin started off with that level of aggression and assertion, but had nothing to show for it in the first half, and they continue the same thing in the second half. They do trail by 2. Urgency certainly being shown by them. He's been pursued now. Sends him a bit too much on it here. Strong challenge goes down.
That's Niles who's just come on. Still going, almost getting there, and the referee is. This is the man who just come on a minute ago.
Yeah. Fell a bit bad there, and then the player fell on his back. That sure was not serious. His spine is in that area.
Yeah, he just sort of fell down there and stayed down. But he's back on his feet now, so. And he is getting a yellow card as well.
It's quite amazing.
This has to be for something that he said.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe a yellow card for dissent.
Yep.
So really, sometimes these players just need to maintain some level of control. Could have gotten that card possibly for showing dissent. And dissent could be by word or by action.
Yep. I think what happened, he was so bewildered that he didn't get the call from the tackle when he went down, that he probably gesticulated or voiced his displeasure, and the referee didn't take too kindly to it. Referee Gonzalez.
Sandin trying to get Cassar on his way. He's holding the defensive work there.
Yeah, that's excellent work at the back, just to keep him to ward him off a little bit by Atherton.
Niles again, he's on his way, speedy, sharp, fast, quick. Needs to get it across. Others are waiting inside the penalty area. Loses possession there. Both teams urgently, eagerly, with a lot of energy. Oh, what a pass. It was a bit too much. Keeper coming beautiful off his line.
Yeah, he had to as well, because the ball was slowing up on him, but he had enough pace to get to him. But that's a great ball, and it's a question now, can Ramdeen take advantage of it and turn his man? Trying to get the ball across the goal. It might still fall for them. There's no need for him to play that header. If he's going to head it, might as well just volley it into the goal or towards goal. That he's trying to make a pass, and again, that's really shirking the responsibility. That is his responsibility.
His responsibility, yeah, definitely. He could have taken that ball down and taken a shot at goal. He had the time and space, but he decided to relieve himself of the responsibility, which shows a level of lack of confidence that time.
Carbide as well. And the player stays down, and unfortunately there, Carpet probably got struck in the face. It might just be a flailing hand. I don't think it was deliberate. But might have been caught by the arm or finger or something, or just poke in the eye.
I wonder if any relation to Leon Carpet.
Probably.
A name like that.
This neck of the woods, yeah. Carpet. I remember Attack, the comedian, who used to be in the stands with thing, and I remember Carpet was playing. We were playing in the Oval. I think we were playing Suriname.
Yes.
And he played us a good ball, but Carpet was having problems because of the pitch in the Oval. And Celestine wards off one, tees it up, goal!
Side here.
Brilliant finish in the end. One would have to say Arthur finally gets the breakthrough.
And out of nothing, actually, here it is Caledonia AIA making headway along the left flank, squaring it inside there, and getting himself on the score sheet now.
That's the number 10, Arthur side foot in it.
That's the leaders
on it. But it's still not enough on it to take it past him and into the goal.
And that's why it's so important to kick, when you kick that ball, have enough force on pressure on it. Even going towards the goalkeeper, the pace and pressure on it, the intensity, you're bounding off of him and going into the net now. It's a 3-0 affair here.
68 minutes going.
Caledonia.
59th minute of play.
Well, having have a good bit of the ball possession and even several attacks at goal, find themselves even one goal further down, in this case by 3. It was earlier on by 2. That's Civic.
There's another opportunity. Celestine again. If you only got that ball over first time, he turns. Who needs first time when he could do this? And it's there. There's Arthur again. Well, how does he miss from there? Because it hit him and it looked like it hit the post and went out. And he goes down because he's probably bewildered as to how he was able to miss from there. He did all the hard work, dribbled his man, got the ball across. Arthur got decent enough contact. He just couldn't get it over the line. He got it against the post from about a meter or less from the goal line.
And again, tremendous work by him. Really did remarkably well. Going past 3 players in the process there and had an opportunity, but somehow didn't get it under the crossbar between the upright. And a busy night there for physiotherapists, and one of them being Laurel Romain for the AIA team. We do have several players now making their way towards that fourth official position, so we should see very soon some additional substitutions for both teams, I'm seeing.
Yeah, they have to certainly get his Niles. Carabai. Lovely ball inside, and as they decide they're going to go back with it, though, not able to come forward. Thompson plays a nice little ball there, but again, it's speculative more than anything else. And he tried to pick his man up there, Carabai, after the infringement.
And exactly what we had said in the piece of the game, even in the first half by both teams, now it seems as though Cramp is stepping in. That intensity, being able to sustain it for 90 minutes is certainly, unless you have that level of fitness to be able to counteract the pace of the game they're going at since in the first half, got to be able to fluctuate and utilize your fitness based on what you have intelligently.
Carabai is coming off, it looks like. Yeah, so he has been substituted, and so number 13, Carabai, is coming off for Civic. Now I'll tell you, number 10 has come on in his place.
Again, so very close to the goal line. One would have thought it would have been easy for the player
Gregory
just to basically go off the field of play and be treated by Romain, the physiotherapist, but he's still on the field marginally, on the line actually, goal line. As action continues right there at the Michael Sporting Complex with 2 very Wonderful, highly competitive game. He's stretching, but now the signal for him to be substituted is being indicated by the physiotherapist. And they do have a window or two still available for substitutions to take place.
See, saw the number 9. That the number in green it was not legible. I would have to say I couldn't really make it out. It wasn't visible. I'm not sure if it was 16 they were showing, and we will see 15.
So it's going to be a free kick now after 2 or 3 minutes thereabout delay. It's going to be taken by Diaz, gets it upfield. Challenges in air there. It goes out of play. It's going to be a throw-in now for Caledonia AIA. They lead this one by 3. Manswell takes it upfield. Losing possession. Bluefield. Oh, Bluefield football now. Oh, not succeeding with that one. Close one there. Brings it across. Moving along the flank. He's being challenged as well. Gets it across. And another one.
That's Ernesto Rodriguez, the man who just came on.
Another brilliant goal by Caledonia AIA. They're running away with this one literally now. Four goals being scored.
4 counter right now for Caledonia.
Very, very determined, persevering to the very end. Shrugging off and getting it inside. That's Jerry Alata, who found himself earlier on the score sheet and now bringing his teammate into the mix.
So in the 74th minute, it was Ernesto Rodriguez making it 4-0 now. And here we go again. We have another 4 goals scored. And this is what is so amazing about these games, because these are teams that was having difficulty finding the back of the net.
And for the quality and pace of the game, especially by the very same point, Fortin Civic, they have nothing to show for it thus far. On the other hand, Caledonia, 4 goals for the offside there on the far side. Flag by the AR number 2, in that of Thomas. And we've seen another substitution there. Seems as though it could very well be the captain armband.
Is it Kassar's going off?
Kassar seems to be passing it on, is it? That's Mark Ramdeen. Looks as though it's Mark. So Kassar is make his way off. And Mark Ramdeen now is the captain armband for the Point Fortin Civic as they're trailing this one by 4. No nonsense approach here by the Caledonia AIA. Another attack on the Point Fortin Civic. Makes his way on the inside now, looking for some space and opportunity.
Akeem Redhead is the man who's come.
Still inside. Safely into the hands of Lewis. Gets it upfield here now. Headed back up.
It's a good header. And this is certainly now, you could see Caledonia, really, they're quicker to the balls now. They seem to have a little more energy. There's a greater degree of explosiveness in their play.
And that's one of the hallmarks of a team when they can transition easily from the last third into the second third and the final third. Effortlessly and more importantly, capitalizing on the opportunities that they have before them, which as of now, Caledonia AIA has shown clearance there by them upfield. takes it down. On the course again, Jerry Alata. One of their main goal scorers, backheel it quite well. But you guys goes for the line to Arthur. Arthur still in, plays it back.
Again, and this is good football. Again, just taking the air out of the game a little bit. And here's ball pass. Decided going all the way back to the goalkeeper. And we look at how all the red and white shirts are still in there, and that's fatigue right now. It's probably also due to the score line. Plenty is still there, and easily intercepts. It's a great ball, but that's a little too straight, and easily read and dealt with. So Caledonia really beginning to express themselves here now. Might be offside, he is. And
again, the intention is quite clear. They are literally moving the ball around that AIA, waiting for the space and the opportunity and piercing it through the defense. And now with those of fresh legs in particular, including Rodriguez, capitalizing on some level of tardiness in the back to putting the Civic team under additional pressure.
That's good football again. Brilliant work. Where's the second ball? And now the third. He's going by line. Somebody has to be there to try to finish it for him. And excellent defending, though.
Well, looking inside the penalty area was Jerry Alata himself. He just reminds me a bit of TJ Cadiz of Phoenix, as a similar build. Those long limbs, and he just gets a rotation very quickly. A quick one taken there in the corner. Floats it dangerously inside the penalty. Arthur goes up.
And it comes off the post. The goalkeeper seemed, I don't know if he mistimed his jump. Well, he didn't really jump. He just seemed to be pinned to the ground and almost took it for granted that it was going out. And luckily for him, he hit the post and stayed out.
Hey, look a little comical. Yes. Lewis. Not taking it for granted. You shouldn't do that as a goalkeeper. Could have been easily embarrassed by that. One. Wasn't very strong header by Arthur, no, but certainly direction was good.
More, alarming that he would just take it for granted, almost as if that's not scoring, so I'm not bothering. Luckily for him, it hit the post and came back out. Caledonia, though, looking for a fifth. It's good to see that they haven't really given up on the idea of scoring goals. There's no better feeling when you can hit the old onion bag. And I would imagine now the players must be eager to get their names on the score sheet, to have Mr. Merere call their names on television. This is also good coming in now from Civic, but this is where they run into problems. Where is the final ball? It's coming back inside, and look at problems there for them. They haven't. What looks so promising is now going the other way. Arthur goes down.
He really covers a lot of ground with his stride. That's Jerry Arthur. Another very dangerous, unpredictable at times, but when he uses his speed to his advantage and the team advantage, they really capitalize and materialize into goals. Penetrating run on the flank once again.
That's a tough ball. You didn't have to play that ball that way. Just needed to roll the ball for him. And you didn't even need to lift it off the ground. Just roll it into the space and lead him into that space.
Such quiet moment right now by both teams. What can Civic do to at least get themselves on the score sheet? They may be asking themselves, but they're up against a team that is really running them on all quarters.
I think the scoreline has a lot to do with the attitude we're seeing from Civic. It's almost as if, I don't want to say they've given up, but the energy levels are very, very low right now. They're not enthusiastic about, getting on the ball and maybe getting into dangerous positions. But if you're forward, your business is scoring goals.
And that's it. Got to be mentally strong at any point in time in the game. Flung by Ramden, headed out there. Takes it down. Brings Rodriguez. Has some space and time now. One versus one. Still in. Gets it across, but
Yeah.
good defensive work there.
But he's been having a good game all evening now, Williams. And, well, rather at the back there, Cornwall has been having a good game for Civic. But you could see hands on the hip. That's the fatigue.
Yeah, the body language is certainly, yeah.
Fatigue. A lot of players in that area now have their hands on their hips for Civics. It's taking its toll on them right now. And this is the time for Caledonia. Don't be surprised if Caledonia sneak in a couple more.
Long through
game here. There's a second one. That would have been a great goal. Again, he hasn't been on the field much, but boy, he has a nose for the goal, for the ball, and the goal. Almost had a second there, young Rodriguez.
And credit to Terence Lewis finding himself in a very good position to block and deny him of his brace. Long floating one, there he goes. Goalkeeper hesitated a bit. Just marginally on the goal line.
He was in two minds. He didn't think the ball was going to sort of stand up there and that the attacker would get that close to him. And then at the last moment, he just kind of stuck out a foot. I thought he was going to be called for high kicking or something because it looked so comical.
But initially, I thought also he was wondering if he may have been able to hold it.
Or if he was in the area or not.
Yeah, but the ball held up a bit. But eventually it resulted into what it is, another attack there, floating dangerously inside the penalty area. Good defensive work there by AIA. Still a clean sheet for their team. And their goalkeeper, Isaiah Diaz.
Carpet helping out on defense as well. They're all doing their little bit. And that is what good team spirit is all about. Even though he is an attacker, the state of the game, they probably want to keep a clean sheet. That's not a bad ball. And again, they just don't have the numbers in attack. It's just nobody to contest some of these headed balls, these aerial balls. That's a wonderful 1-2. And now, ball press gets it out. Opportunity for Caledonia again to get numbers forward. But easily dealt with. Cornwallis having a very good game. He and his cohorts at the back, they've done a decent job. And that's despite conceding 4 already in this game. What a performance this has been from Caledonia. And I suppose Mr. Moore must be saying, where has this been?
And with a performance like this, certainly will send them up a notch or two on the standings, because starting today's game on 7 points in 8th position, just behind them in 9th position would have been Point Fortin, the very same team there on 7 points. So it should carry them up further on the standings, which will be a rewarding and refreshing thought for them.
Yes, it's all about points now, and sometimes you don't have to play pretty football to get points. And the reality is you just want points. And anyway you could get it, but I think they'll be even more satisfied with the quality of play that they've had. Here they go again. This could be another opportunity here, but he has no help. Can he find some support? He's under pressure from 2 guys, and he just seemed to give up there.
It seemed so.
Yeah, he didn't seem too keen to try to elude them or even attempt a pass.
It's like mosquito biting your jersey side. Continue biting me.
Yep.
Didn't try to chase them off. Just give it up. Surrender the ball. Quite interesting.
So time running out on them right now. So again, we just have a couple minutes. We're inside the last 4 or 5 minutes of this encounter. So Caledonia just needs to manage the play, avoid any serious or silly injuries or collisions, and just play. Just let the ball do the work now, and stroke it around the place. Get everybody involved. And this is training time. This is what you do in practice. You form your triangles and you just juke the ball, as we say. Just knock it. Keep it going. Yeah, that's more like it. And, the players have to just be there, present themselves to receive the ball. And no need to run and do too much. Just collect and pass and move. That's kind of like what is required given the state of the game and the lack of time left. Ramdindo, he's going at a mile a minute, trying to manufacture something for his team. Ball taken down nicely there once again from Vanilla. That's tight. That is dangerous because you're really setting up your teammate there for an injury. And he wisely didn't bother to put his foot in there, or else he might have left it in there. Quickly, Niles plays a good ball, and but it all seemed to die in these areas, and that's more like it. And that's a late challenge there. He went in hard and pressed, and he's going to get a yellow card, no doubt. And certainly, he probably just wanted to stop the play, and because he had done so well, the approach was good interpassing, good combination play, but he just couldn't finish it off with any degree of certainty. So Civic really inside the last minute or so of regulation time. I don't see them getting back in this game. Nathaniel Mitchell was the man who picked up that yellow card. Chance here now, but the goalkeeper again is equal to it. He gives it away though, and that was not a bad attempt because he saw the goalkeeper was out of his ground and opted to try to get it into the goal first time. Still, they have possession, and they're keeping that possession. Caledonia looking, the goalkeeper is coming, and big collision there, but the referee says he's not even going to play too much of added on time, and that is the end of this encounter. Comprehensive victory for Caledonia Mova, 4-0. The final score in this one, Celestin in the 12th and in the 46th minute, and Joel Arthur in the 68th, and another substitute, Ernesto Rodriguez, in the 74th minute, making it 4-0 to give them a good victory here for Caledonia. And again, those points would be greatly appreciated, I would imagine. So it's really congratulations to Jerry Moore and the rest of the staff assigned to the Caledonia Mova outfit, and of course the players for putting on a wonderful display here and getting themselves a big victory down here at Mahaika. So we're just awaiting an exit interview as we call it, because this has been two very interesting games, and this one more so, the home team obviously would be disappointed that they couldn't really fire. They had their moments, but they just couldn't do the business when it mattered most to them, which is to get the ball in the back of the net. Of course, tip your hats to the Caledonia goalkeeper, Isaiah Diaz. He brought off a string of brilliant saves to deny them, especially in the first half. The second half was not as troubling for him. He seemed to really cruise through the second half, but it was in the first half where he was called upon to work his magic, and that he did with some aplomb, and deservedly helped his team to secure a 4-0 victory, and he keeps a clean sheet. So I think it's all smiles for Caledonia as they make their way back up to the north, and the south team, the Fortin team, would be bitterly disappointed that they couldn't give their fans something to cheer. Joel Arthur, who scored the third goal but has been a real thorn in the sides of the Fortin outfit, is joining Mr. Mareri, and I think they can do that interview now. Let's hear what he has to offer.
At the end of this match, 4-0 victors of Caledonia AIA over the home team Fortin Civic. Congratulations on your selection as man of the match. How are you feeling about your performance today?
I feel very good. The team worked hard and prepared very well. We just came to the team and we execute.
So what would you say was responsible for the achievement, that 4-0 victory by Caledonia AIA today? What in particular?
It was a team performance, the preparation, how the players was in training, and all the feeling was plenty joy, plenty happiness. From the time I see that, you're going to completely concentrate.
And with that being said, in the dressing room, what Jerry Moore has spoken to you about?
Well, he told us, you have to commit yourself, you have to play with commitment, always. Win your 1v1 battle. And he was very, very motivated.
What are you looking forward next to with your next game? To go for our next MOM, man of the match, or not?
Of course. If I could get man of the match every single game, I'll take that.
Congratulations, the man, Jerry Latta, man of the match, best player in this game against the Civic team in this victory. Well done to you, 4-0 victors. The man, Jerry Latta, to be out of here for now. Thank you.
In a good position. They're now up to 10 points. They now have 10 points. This is Caledonia. And I'm sure they will relish that opportunity to keep plugging away. And try to
Yeah, give me a smooth pan, please. Because I'm on sheet all the time. Alright.
Still here, that's good.
Alright. I have one camera up, one mic up. I don't know which one it is.
There's mine, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Like, which mic could come on?
Mine.
Take it off.
It's off now.
Then it's
Here's mine.
video mic. Then it's video you could start.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. And apologize for the
Good. The video is so nice to look in line.
Hello there and welcome to the AC Fortin Stadium. You're watching action at AC Fortin Spain versus Trinidad's La Liga Rangers. This is round 10 of the Trinidad Tobago Premier Football League. We are in the 19 minutes, so I apologize to you for the late start due to technical difficulties beyond our control. And the news is that it is, as expected, AC Fortin Spain had gone ahead. Brent Sam scoring with a typical header engagement to on their beat. I'm getting around ball alongside Ruskin Mark. And we are here watching the game at the AC Fortin Stadium, the biggest football stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm here to lead commentary, of course. Ruskin Mark is with us here. And Ruskin, as you expected, AC Fortin Spain off to a bright start.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that they could maintain. Hopefully something that they would maintain throughout this game, as we've seen them in the past, start well and then fade. But right now they off to a good start and they're playing. They're actually playing very well at this stage, although it must be said that the La Liga Rangers are in fact coming into their own after conceding that early goal from Sam's that you mentioned. They've really brought themselves right back into the proceedings here. In fact, they've created one or two anxious moments in the defense of the AC Fortin Spain outfit. It's really just a question of them now trying to complete those plays. That's another good ball into the area. Finals with Nietzsche briefly, and here's Sam. So starting a quick counter attack. Wilson it is. He was trying to get this one. He plays a very careless ball to Nathan Lewis. And really, with no pressure at all, never able to keep the momentum going there. So 1-0 it is. And unfortunately, again, the early game tonight's Northern wasn't played. SANDO gets a default win over Fortin Civic. That takes them up to 21 points and currently second on the standings unofficially. Now, there's another opportunity there. Roberts steering back onto his left foot. And in fact, he really could have drawn that one. Curly Roberts decided that he was not going to go with the right, put it back on the left. And this as he was trying to get it over to Stefano Christopher. Christopher came on the inside. In fact, Christopher looked like he was expecting a rebound. He was anticipating the shot. It never came. So another good opportunity, just not materializing for the Rangers outfit. They're at the bottom of the table right now. They really need points. In the most desperate of fashions. They're against Sam. It's a good run. Unfortunately, trying to almost run out of options. You have too much time to think of which surface to use, and as a result, he chose the outer left. There's another early ball back inside. Wiley is there, however, to intercept. Still, we're looking at AC Fortin Spain again, leaving the rest of the team from the back. That's a good interception there. Read it all the way, and that starts a quick counter attack, but he cannot get that. They were trying to get it back to him, almost a rewarding for the interception, but Keyshawn Charles never
had a chance with that one. We needed a little bit of Apple Golden and Usain Bolt, as well as a man whose name adorned this stadium, B.C. Crawford, to have even a slight chance of catching up with that one. That's how tough a ball it was for him. Lewis, trying to slow it down now. The AC Port State team, they probably recognize that when they try to go fast, they run into problems and they create unnecessary pressure. Again, they're just playing it pretty much to Lewis. Less than Paul and company trying to control Mercedes Paul coming onto his left foot now. Just for a moment, he thought he looked like he was going to release it first time. Instead, they kept possession and trying to the left-hand side of it. Remember, the goal came with a cross on the right, but they're emphasizing the left for a moment, at least for this sequence. Now, here they go Cyrus, again trying to get it there, but Wiley's equal to the task once more. Nevertheless, they're able to pick it up, and that might just be maybe an errant elbow or something, just need to catch his man. And down he goes. The referee also spotting the infringement and decided that he would stop play and allow Rangers to get a free kick. Rangers, of course, formerly St. Anne's Rangers with Richard Factory. Now, Mr. Ferguson is with the La Hocketa Rangers. He coaches the team from Curry. Paul driving around. That's a tough ball, though. Didn't really give his man a chance there. Weeks. Well, he could have spent weeks trying to track that down. He would not have gotten to it. There's another tough ball played forward and changing hands quickly. These two teams just need to sort it out a little bit more, be more consistent and be more selective with their passes. But there's one goal, and that's good for the game. There's an early goal, ball played out here now, and this left-hand side holder is out here now. He's switching sides just a little bit. Can you get the cross in? Trying to go the long way around and run out of real estate there. Good defending, they just kind of rode it out of play. And wins a goal kick to Rangers. They're playing in all red this evening. Rocket Rangers. That was good defending from Burgess. Moret in the middle of the captain. Looks a little portly. Put on a few pounds. Blame it on Christmas. Too much black cake.
He's so all the time.
When you see Christmas every day. Here we go again now, Cyrus. Driving forward quickly. Plays a good ball in. But once again, the defense just doing enough to thwart them initially. Brilliant flick there, but well again, Rangers trying to get numbers forward quickly. Ogaro. Then they're doing very well down this right hand side. Great Jacob and now on that left foot. Slips it inside, an opportunity there for Roberts. Gets it back again. Good ball across, but eventually taken away. And it is AC Port Spain on the move once more. Sun doesn't collect it. A bit careless. No, this is where they kind of run out of steam and they bring unnecessary pressure on themselves. But they're trying to avoid that here. Good football now, Nathan Lewis, formerly a striker, man who used to terrorize defenses with his pace and shiftiness with the ball at his feet. Now he's a little more experienced and probably recognizing that there's a need at the left back for his team, and he's filled that ball beautifully. He has another great ball from Lester Paul, trying to get it there off the goalkeeper and the post, and eventually it's cleared away. But only just Jakaran having to go very deep now to help out. He does very well. That's great football once again from him. St. Rose comes back and
keeps it alive. Now it's going to be a throw-in to AC Port of Spain. They keep possession up there, but just for a moment, things got a little bit dicey there, and we have two Rangers players down for the Congo. 28 minutes long, to the 29th minute of play. They conceded as early as the 8th minute. Rangers, and right now they will be glad to maybe get to the half without any further damage. One of their players is back up, but the other one is still down behind the goal area. Doesn't look like he's going to get up anytime soon. That's not a good thing. You're down a man, down a goal as well. But Wiley is going to try to bring it out from the back for Rangers. Rangers at the bottom of the table with a 1-0-5 record. That's one win to go along with 5 defeats in their 6 games. Just at 3 points to show for it, whereas AC Port of Spain have played 8 matches so far, a 4-2-2 record. So they've played more games and they have more wins, plus they have more points. They have 14 compared to just 3. To the Lockett Rangers outfit. They'll try again down this right-hand side. That's where the goal came about. Sam is in there again, and Sam was just nudged off the ball. You can just see the big fella just sent sprawling inside that area there. So 1-0-0, and we've seen 29, almost 30 minutes on. Here is a chance, but again, Marvin Phillips anticipates well. In fact, he was just playing coy, allowing the ball to bounce and giving the attacker some hope. Garland thought he had a chance when in reality there was no hope for it. So end-to-end action, not good end-to-end action. Here they come again, Rangers trying to get it into Ogaro. He again does very well. He's brought down, but the advantage is being big. Roberts, Peter was pushed off the ball, and that is going to be a free kick. Primus just using his hands there, and is penalized for it. The referee coming, not having it at all, and it's going to be a free kick. So they tell us a little bit more of that free kick. Here's the video.
Thank you very much, Ruskin, for the shot. About 30 minutes gone in this one. 1-0 still, as Sam Small still stands as the only goal of the game in the 8th minute. And the referee tried his best to take the advantage there, but second tackle, he was having none of it. Both players from the Rangers team going to ground. And in years gone by, this would have been looked forward to as one of the high-quality matchups in the TTPFL. Rangers certainly have been one of the more consistent teams in the competition. However, this year, I think if someone would have seen Rangers over the years, well, suddenly would come and watch them play and look at the table and see them at 12, they would be more than shocked to see the Rangers with only 3 just 1 win all the season so far. That would be absolutely shocking to everyone. And it certainly has been, I'm sure, to the management of Rangers. How they'd love to get a win here or against the highly fancied AC Port Spain team playing in the yellow and red. Who's going to take charge of this one? It's going to be a direct shot on goal, not bad, but just a bit too high. And that took to Keyshawn Charles. Sort of give that little view of an annoying sort of expression after. As it suggests, I've done it in practice, and only time I do it here. So 31 minutes gone, and 1-0 that goal from Sam is what separates the teams here at the AC Clockman Stadium. You're watching action in round number 10 of the TTPFL Football League here at the AC Port of Spain versus Terminix La Holpita Rangers, 6 versus 12 through the table. So they played, it was another game on. One would have featured the team, the South Derby, 1 point out in the Civic. They continue to come up against Club Snapper, but for reasons not known to us just yet. The points 40 with Civic team was unable to make the game. And easy 3 points for Club SANDO, who is orange. Heading back home with 3 points and 3 goals without kicking a ball. Get much easier than that, that's it too.
Football made it simple.
Spain, Sarah, brilliant things. Here's finalists, those two would have played for Trinidad and Tobago. It's some distinction over the years. Cross it, it's flipping off the heels of the defender off the bar. That didn't look like it was going to drop onto the bar at all. Gains and goal for the Hawkins Rangers. Looked a bit bemused. There are high overhead wind that we don't know about. Kept that in place. So they just swirled back in. As the cross low and driven, only as far. And Roberts, who cuts it out, but back with Cyrus. Way across to Lewis now. Gets holding involved. He gets past the defender briefly. And the second attempt. Here, it's gotten a yellow card.
A yellow card for who?
And that looks like it's gone to Burgess, the number 2 for the terminates the whole the Rangers, Wiley Burgess. Dante Burgess, correction. Has gone into the referee's notebook here. So the first yellow card, I believe, of the game. It's BC4 Spain versus terminates the whole the Rangers. And 2 players plotting behind this one. That's Paul, and also there is Lewis. Roughly mentioned Lewis's pedigree over the years. What a terror he must start the wings. Filling that left back position, he decided to walk away with Paul in swinging with the right foot. This is one that's always going to be difficult. Here he is towards goal! And headed away by Morris briefly. And it will be a goal kick. Always so difficult, those in-swinging deliveries. So easily, defenders can just knock it into their own net, or it could end as an easy tap-in for the opposition. Win for AC for Spain could take them up to as high as 4th place, and certainly they would go up to 17 points. A win for Rangers would take them as high as 9th position. Other results, of course, being equal. Sure really wouldn't affect the position of either of these teams, but it will be a morale-boosting result if Rangers do in fact get it. They've only won 1 of their last 5 games, and that was 4 games ago, so it's not been a very, very good run for them at all. Again. A lot of the ball against Cyrus. Gets that ball up, but only as far as AC Porter's big player. Holder, tackled out of it, now trying to get back to the ball. Farrell was trying to run his way away from danger, but Lewis was there to clean up things. Prime was set, but there is Cyrus again. Someone who had come back from 10 years ago, seeing Cyrus, over 10 years ago, seeing Cyrus at secondary schools level, he was tearing apart defenses as a forward player. Sure Ruskin remembers that wonderful goal he scored in the intercom match here, running 2 games last year. Here's the cross in, looking for Sam, but it's just behind him and headed away. Clearance, at least temporarily. Sam is again patrolling in that middle of the bar position, all the way across the boulder. He'll be looking for Sam on the back post this time. Here he is. Can he do with the header? Heads it back in. Still not loose. We go back to Lewis here. They reset the AC Port Spain team. Weeks back to the center here for AC Port Spain. Lewis. Now he finds Holder. Goes one way and the next. Lewis is offering down the right-hand side. Gets the shot in, but not enough bend on it. It was kind of a halfway shot, halfway pass. Sam was interested briefly, but nothing doing for him. This could be the first change of the match coming up in minute 37. And coming on for the Rangers team.
23 is
Looks like
number 4 is on. 23 is on.
Stefan Christopher is off for the Rangers team.
Number 4.
And on is Figaro. So Figaro is coming here. I'm sure if that is tactical or an injury. It might be an injury. The Rangers team really has been in the wars for this season. For that win over Phoenix on the 15th of November. They have been shut out 3 times in a row in this championship. Ball won't stay in play. A sequence for them. They beat Phoenix 2-0 when they ran into club standards and absolutely pulverized them 6-0. Prison Service, who were in that great run at the start of the competition, beat them 1-0. And then they managed to get a goal against San Javelin, but still lost that one 2-1. And then absolutely hammered by Defense Force 5-2. Been the best run for them at all. So I believe that this could actually be the worst run in the history of the club since they had moved to the Fortin. Another week space equals Spain. Nicely in the middle was Charles, and finds his defender Primus. A bit dangerous at times to the next level to Rangers, 3 goals in their last 2 games. So we would expect them to pull some threat. They haven't lost completely confidence in their attack. It's at the back, that's where their problems really lie. Halfway in the middle. They can get the shot off here. This is Wilson. Get across goal. Gets across. And oh, that was a great effort. Well, couldn't direct it under the crossbar, but that was a wonderfully good move there. Wilson to hold that back in towards the man coming in from the midfield. That was Armstrong. He couldn't find it with that one. It would have been a wonderful goal, certainly. Second game of this doubleheader, round number 10 here. One more round and we will have the end of round 1 of the 2-round competition this year, the TTPFL. Next match for both teams will be on the 3rd of January. We see for Spain, yes, they are in 6th position and they could rise to as high as 4th place with this win. But not a very easy run-up in their next few games. I'll tell you more about that. As they see for Spain trying to regain possession. A bit of chaos in the middle of the park. A lot of players congregated there, at least 11 players. Finally, it falls to the foot of Neil Cyrus, the Tobago-born player. 75+ times he played for Trinidad and Tobago Cyrus. Felt they could have used him as a wingback. Certainly didn't have that ability to gallop down the wings and get those crosses in. Another career blunted by injuries. Those two have formed a good partnership here. Without that, Baco would have been part of this centre-back pairing for AC4 Spain, but Flop, as they call him, certainly wasn't Flop in the way he defended. He was a very tough defender in his day. Everything has gone the way of AC4 Spain. So AC4 Spain plays Central FC next, and then they come up against San Javelin. After that, they run into Defense Force. So Central FC, Defense Force, they have Eagles and then Police. So 3 of the top 5 teams DC4 Spain will be playing in the next 5 games. So that is not an easy run at all. Forward. The Arrows come on, slotting into the defensive midfield position. Just in front of the back 4. those fast passes rather hopeful rather than based on any real connection between the two players. The Rangers, despite a fairly cautious start, we've now started to a bit of disconnect is starting to happen between the players. 43 minutes gone in this one. We're just a couple of minutes away from the half-time break. And AC Fortin's been well with their lead in this game. Sam scoring in the 8th minute. Prince. Let's do it. Again. As a teenager in the centre-back position of Samuel Javerte under England-born coach Terry Fennick, a former national coach also. Real confidence shown in it by Fennick. Played very well in that position. Taking it all the way to Europe. Here comes Fortin again. Put in towards the inside of that position, but Morris is there to swing that downfield. Sam does well to pick it up. He's off on a little run of his own there. Breaks kindly for Lewis. That is Wilson on the far side. Here's a chance for Sam. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, it knocked away from it. Here comes John Durant streaming forward here for the Fortin Rangers. Progress thwarted by some good defensive work by the AC Fortin Spain team. Then in yellow again, starting out those long and rather hopeful balls played diagonally. Now they come on the counter-attack themselves. They're knocking on the door once again. That's a great shot and good save by Gaines, sprawling away to his left to knock that behind. Corner with just seconds remaining in the first half. And a possible chance here for AC Fortin Spain to attack on a second goal. Which I feel would maybe put it beyond the chance of Rangers here. So the Rangers just looking forward to their fixtures. They have Police next. So you negotiate AC Fortin Spain. Then you run into the leaders, Police. Star in action goes tonight.
I'm trying to get them scores from Uncle Jerry David.
In fact, Police in action right now in Sangre Grande. Sangre Grande playing professional games returning to the Grande area. So as he tried to cross and it's inside the area. Oh, almost fell to Sam at the back post. Not the most convincing of defending. My colleague Ruskin Mark has a say. Never let the ball drop in the box, but certainly that one was bouncing around like a pinball there. Into time added on for stoppages, and it is 1-0. AC Fortin Spain not likely to go in with that slender lead here. Yes, the man who scored it to Sound. And Armstrong. It's a nice looking ball out to the right hand side. Can he get the yielding cross in here? Tried to do a bit too much on his own, and he has presented a chance here for the Fortin Rangers to strike on the break. Calling for it on the far side. State rules just dwell on it too long, and now he's pushed over the AC Fortin Spain player, and the chance comes to nothing here. Well, there is a whistle to end off the first half, and it's ended with AC Fortin Spain leading 1-0, Sam in the 8th minute, and that has given AC Fortin Spain a valuable lead going into the second half. What will the Rangers to do in the second half? They are to break this step of 4 losses in a row. But for the moment, it is AC Fortin Spain looking good here for their second win in a row. In this TTPFL Round 10 match. Join us in just about 15 minutes time. More action in the TTPFL AC Fortin Spain 1, Terminates the home Rangers.
See what we go around, very far. Only take what they do. Only take the fucking foot. Can't see that camera. This camera was glitching, this camera was good. So let's switch camera. No, the camera that she was on before, and it will be that this one was glitching.
Some of them, but you get to see like a blind spot in that company there. Because when I go, so it's not in line.
Yeah.
They get tough when we go strong. Sometimes the child, but when we get to one of these things, very nice and they work for us. So you just have to move that stay there down the position.
I did it. TTPFL. And I don't well down there. So we just don't feel the difference.
Flowing fast, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control, ancient heart, in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
Most of the that is going to be never have the right thought of the stories. They'll have a white and they put white on it.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way
Welcome back to the Hazley Crawford Stadium as we get ready for the second half of this very important TT Premier Football League encounter between AC Port of Spain and the cellar place team, Lohakata Rangers. And they really need these points in a big way, but more importantly, they need a goal to get them back on an even keel with the AC Port of Spain outfit. Here they come again, Weeks, trying to keep it alive, does very well, and they come streaming down this right-hand side. Now they have made a quick change. You see coming on at the number 9 is the number 9, trying to get this one curling in, and it just stays wide. So a great opportunity, but it comes to naught.
Sean Bonval is the number 9 who's come on, and it's pretty energetic, at least from the first view of him we've gotten so far. And they will be looking to prize open. It's all about feeding the big man in the middle, and it's a tactic that has worked for them already.
Yep, it certainly is. It's a easy translation. When you have that kind of physical presence in the area, you want to try and take advantage of it as much as you possibly can, and don't waste it. Anyway, here's another ball. Bonval is the intended target once more, as that they have it intercepted. Now, again, Cyrus doing very well, just harassing his man and getting the ball away. That's great football, good composure, and immediately they are on the move. But look at how quickly they give the ball away. So it changes hands very quickly indeed. This is where the intensity has picked up, and as a result, some of the passes are a little bit errant. Neither team really being able to take control of the game for any extended period of time. They just give each other a chance. Just as I say so, Wiley comes up with another interception. And Weeks says, if you could do it, I could do it too. He too keeps the ball in as they go from one to the next. The big fella gets punished for really just running over Kern Roberts.
Well, he actually ran him over in the last play also, and I think it's for the second accident that he has been punished here. And he's been around for a long time. He knows all of the dark arts, as they like to call it, in defending. And he's quite a good practitioner of it when he's ready.
So it's really about taking advantage. Here's Roberts again, looking, decides to come back onto his left foot now. And he has support out on this left-hand side. Now a chance. That's not a bad ball, but again, it's going into a crowded area. And chances are it could be intercepted, and it was. Another early ball. Morris keeping play alive. It looks as if coming on there, earlier clock was Panther. So he's on the field now. They're trying their best here to keep this one going. That's another heavy tackle. 2 players again down on the ground. So Rangers dishing out punishment here. Not afraid to flex their muscles. The physicality of the game has certainly picked up.
I'm sure Dave Commoner would have impressed that upon them. They need to show a little bit less respect for the AC Port of Spain team, and I hope that they can put that to bear.
Yeah, here's another ball inside, but they're playing a ball long into the area, and they just have like one red shirt and among 3 or 4 of the orange and yellow shirts. So they're not really giving themselves the best chance to win some of those aerial balls played in from the wings. Another easy take this time for Xavier Haynes in goal. We haven't called his name much. That's because he hasn't had much to do, and he couldn't do anything with the goal with that header from Sam.
Well, I think we only called him when he took it out of the net, really, because it was a really good header by Sam. Not the easiest header to execute, slightly behind him, but just the way he leaned the body back and just flicked it away from the goalkeeper. Really good goal by Sam.
Well, it's the only goal in this game so far, and I'm sure they will want to change that very soon. If anything, the AC Port of Spain outfit would want to make it 2 as soon as possible, just to ease the pressure. They always say A 1-0 lead is an unhealthy lead. Bonval doing well against Wiley. And this is high kicking for Wiley, so he's been pulled up for it.
Well, actually, I think it's Bonval who's been pulled up for it because the assistant referee was pointing towards the figure of Bonval, who didn't look happy with the decision, but now he's accepted it. They move on.
So I would imagine it would have been 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Bonval wins it again. The pass is a little bit behind the intended target, but they'll get away with it because they got a free kick.
Yeah, like what I'm seeing from Bonval so far. Very energetic, very direct, and he has provided a fair amount of width down the right-hand side here for the AC Port of Spain team.
And again, that's the ball played from one side to the next, a big diagonal ball. And here they come again, gliding in, this time played along the ground. That could easily have gone in. Morris threw his boot at it, made good contact, but he could so easily have squeezed that in at the near post. Luckily for him, it fell on the outside of the post.
Yeah, just clipped the post and dribbled out for the corner there. But Morris, boy, former Trinidad and Tobago under 20 player, just 36 years of age. That one certainly was close to providing another goal for AC Port of Spain.
Yeah, that would have been the ideal tonic for AC Port of Spain, just to get that little breathing room, that insurance. Bonval again tried his left foot, then his right, but Wiley is still there in front of him. Ball. So again, we do apologize. We just had another break in our audio, but it's still the one goal. Nothing has changed just yet, as Rangers are pushing forward, trying to get themselves going. They had their moments in the first half, and now they're trying to see if they could maybe do it even better and complete some of their good work with a goal. Sam trying to overplay there just a little bit, and luckily for him, it was taken away, but it was taken away by Figaro, who played it into touch. The substitute hasn't really gotten into the game since coming on. Here's Sam. He's a real load for some of these players. He does kick the ball very well, as you could see here, trying another diagonal ball. Roberts does well. He's a nice, shifty little player, but he runs into problems. Luckily for him, they give it away, and they now get it back, and Rangers still can't seem to sort out who is going to do what with the ball. St. Rose coming back deep, but he and O'Garo kind of get in each other's way. Wiley almost gifted it to Sam, but it still plays out there. Rangers under pressure here, and the chip is a little too high, and it goes behind. So another great opportunity there for AC Port of Spain, keeping the pressure down at this end. Rangers have not been able to really comfortably get the ball out of their own half, and as a result, they're under constant pressure. Now, we didn't call Xavier Haynes' name much in the first half, but there is every indication that he might have a very busy second half as AC Port of Spain push for more goals. They have one, they would like a second, but this young man is saying no, and Week says not just yet. Wiley, they just can't seem to get all the pieces connected as they would like. Figaro trying his best to get involved, but it's not working out for them, at least not just yet anyway. AC Port of Spain keeping possession, which is good to see. Primus. Again, Lewis. So coming very deep again to be part of the link-up play. He doesn't really want it going towards goal. He's not afraid to come and play with his back to the goal. Cyrus does very well, and they give it right back to them. There's another opportunity here. Gets it wide. And it just seems as if the ball, when it goes down that left-hand side, it's running into a little bit of a dark hole. They can't seem to get it out of down that left and then get the cross in quickly. It seems so delayed. Here's Cyrus. They're showing what should be done. And to his credit, Morris is able to keep it out. But only just. They're on the march again, AC Port of Spain. Cyrus is at the middle of everything. He's really at the center of it all. Weeks. Bonval. Luckily it runs to him. Again, another deflection. And he now goes sprawling over. The referee says that was shoulder to shoulder. They'll take that. They come again now as they go sprinting, Jacaran trying to get something forward. That's not a bad ball, but the player loses his foot in there, a punter. Nevertheless, he's back up on his feet, and the men in red are charging forward. That's a good early ball. It stayed in. It doesn't go over the line. They wanted a corner kick, but the referee says no. The referee's assistant was right in line, so he could control everything. AC Port of Spain 1. Alcata Rangers 0. They will be hoping that before the night is out, that could change and change drastically. Change in their favor. Could change drastically, but it could go against them. But we wait to see. Right now, they've just conceded 1.
Well, the odds are that the next goal will go for AC Port of Spain. Point you made about ball down the left-hand side for AC Port of Spain. There's a lack of directness on that side. Now, when it comes across the bomber, he's just going at the defenders. But on that side, it just don't seem to be able to take them on. Here they are now, though.
Again, it's not very well executed, and they lose out once more. So they have quite a bit of energy on coming off the bench. When you consider Shaquille Henry dominated secondary school football some years ago. He's ultra quick, and very energetic. So they'll be looking to unleash him as well. At some point, they're hoping that it clicks for them. They do it again. The intended target is Bonval, but it doesn't get there. They unlet the march once again. St. Rose goes knifing his way past 2, 3 defenders still going. And then eventually Primus comes across and says, "Hey, young man, not today." And he just stops him dead in his track there with a big man tackle to keep it out.
Great run there, and he gets the appreciation from his teammate Robert he is quite quick. Not one of the biggest men on the pitch there, but that low center of gravity took it past a couple of defenders. They'll have to keep a close eye on him.
Yeah, they're giving him a little too much room there. There's another ball across, and not a bad ball at all. In fact, it stayed in, and they have possession. Good football through the legs. Now a shot at the near post, and they're appealing for the handled ball, but nothing given there. Again, St. Rose in the thick of it all, and just for a moment, it seems as if Lahokeda Rangers have found something to work with, and they get another corner this time. Good pressure.
Well, Cyrus, question marks about his defending, and he's remonstrating with one or two of his defenders. Maybe something said to him about his positioning. Cyrus, I think maybe it was how he turned his back to the ball, almost struck his hand. That could have been a penalty and a chance there for Rangers to get back into it. But that youngster, Deshaun St. Rose, has really injected a lot of life, a lot of energy into this, the Hawker attack in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly have. So here is the corner. It's 1-0, and here's video.
Moses Jankaran in the red, hoping to part the yellow this time. This one's in towards the top of the box and cleared. Back with the Rangers team. Now coming forward, AC Port Spain, an errant pass by Rangers. They will pick up possession inside their own half. Thanks, Ruskin. Always given away here, and a chance for AC Port Spain, and Bonval puts it wide. Now that was a huge mix-up there, Ruskin, between defenders.
Haynes to narrow the angle. He got a touch onto it, and that helped it stay wide. But that could so easily have been 2-0, and it would have been. Right now, there's plenty of debate as to why Bonval was running free in the area. Had it gone in, well, boy, there would have been a major inquisition taking place there, because really that's unpardonable. You cannot allow an attacker to just be running free like that in the area, one-on-one with your goalkeeper.
Seemed to be a bit of miscommunication in between. The ball played back towards the goalkeeper, and Bonval just nipped in. And but you have to really credit, as you mentioned, the save by Haynes, who kept his composure well and made the stop. Now this is going to be less than Paul trying to unlock the defense from the corner. We see Port Spain looking for their second goal, and that's headed by Sam, and kicked high up into the air by Figaro. That might go out for another corner. It does. So, minute 16, that could have been 2-0 so easily there. AC Port Spain, their fans might be thinking that they should have put some distance between themselves and Rangers already. That hasn't happened, so it's a rather unhealthy state with that 1-0 lead. Sam in the 8th minute. Seems like a couple games ago that he scored now. It's Paul again. Right formation, gets it in, looking for Sam again. This will go towards St. John Rose, and that shot eventually coming true and just wide of the mark.
Akido Weeks.
Weeks is the man coming in there. Acrobatically, and trying to hit that one with the outside of the right foot. Getting there, but certainly this is AC Port Spain's game to win here. And as you mentioned, Shaquille Schmeck Henry, just to give his nickname, he comes on here. He would provide the ideal fillip for them in the late part. A bit surprised that he didn't start, though. Maybe a knock.
I think he hasn't been starting, at least in recent weeks. It might just be a dip in his form, and the coaches, of course, have their plans and you know what they're seeing in practice. So maybe they're just rewarding players who practicing maybe well, and as a result, Henry is finding himself on the bench. But I don't think it's be too long before we see him.
On is doing more the super sub role. Still has been able to get goals coming off the bench. Here is Morris. Strokes it down the line. Can they get the telling cross in here? Somehow it manages to get past two players before it arrives at the top of the box. Back to Haynes here for the terminates the Fortin Rangers. Getting it over, looking for Raymond. Raymond is there, but there's a defender clambering over his back, and that's Weeks. Get the throw in here. Rangers.
I'm surprised the referee didn't blow a foul. Weeks was not even trying to play the ball. He was just climbing all over his man.
This is miles away from it. It's Wiley. Sure, that wasn't quite back in play just yet.
It seems as if they're going to get rid of Armstrong. And here comes Shaquille Henry.
Just as eventually, there he is. A lot of menace in those boots of his. See him to offer today. Johnny's full of Spain. Here's Sam, and there he is. The man on. Immediately sets an attack in motion here. You see Port of Spain across in looking for Sam. That's cleared into touch. Away for a corner again. Siobhan Morris. Morris has had maybe about 4 or 5 interceptions in that way. Crosses coming in. He's been able to get foothold. Now, he might not be as quick as he was, Ruskin, but that experience is taking him in the right positions, and he's able to get those interceptions.
Well,
we're hearing that Eagles, in fact, beat Jablonec 2-1 in the first game. So that certainly will help Eagles. They will now move up to 7 points, and they could move as high as 8th place now. So that's a big jump for them, Ruskin.
yeah, it is. And, what we saw from the Eagles the last time out, they really played well. So I'm not surprised that they continue that momentum with a win over Jablonec.
Driven low and off the boot of Wiley and behind. That wasn't the most convincing clearance from the dreadlock defender. It's a good win for Eagles, and the Canoopia team continuing to rise here. And it's so tight at the bottom, Ruskin, that even that win makes a huge difference. They rise about 3 places up.
Yeah, it's and that's that's healthy when you have that because all the focus is at the top. Who's leading, who's close, who's second, third, fourth, that kind of stuff. But even at the bottom, where guys are desperate for points, when a team is showing the signs that they can do better and they picked up 6 points in the last 2, that's great.
Ball knocking it towards the top of the box, and Sam is there. Shot on turn, didn't quite get the foot enough over the ball to direct it forward. The relegation battle is interesting as the title race.
Yep. Because, take for example, Rangers, even though they're trailing 1-0, they are actually showing that they have the potential to possibly get an equalizing goal here. It hasn't happened for them just yet, but you just get a sense that if they can just keep their composure a little bit more, either with their crosses or with the finishing in the middle, and they're gonna have to commit. They're gonna have to commit bodies into the box in order to try and sniff a chance, especially if they can keep it at 1-0 for a little while longer.
It's been a problem for them this season. Just 5 goals in the last 5 games, and they had 2 shutouts in there. So that has been their issue, getting those goals. This fixture, as I mentioned earlier, this is one in which you would have seen 3.5 goals per game, Ruskin. Always an exciting fixture between these 2 teams. But the nature of the conversation or the narrative between these 2 teams has changed so rapidly with the upheavals at Terminex, the Fortin Rangers.
Well, we had a sequence when it was a couple of Fridays ago where we had 7 goals per game. We had 7 in the first game, 7 in the second game. We had 14 goals in one night of football. So it really was and the defense was featured in that as well. They ended up coming back to win that 5-2. But we had that. Jablonec also did very well. They got a 4-3 win. So halftime in the game between Police FC. Goalless at the half, so that'll be interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. A shot from the top of the box, and that wasn't far away. Wow, that was a shot by Isaiah Raymond. In fact, got the shot off. Or was that Charles who got it?
Yeah, Keyshawn Charles.
Keyshawn Charles got the shot off, and it wasn't far away. The goalkeeper was not tracking it at all. So
that's what I'm saying.
Beaten all ends up.
They seem they have that little potential. They sense that they could probably pull one back, or at least get an equalizer. They just have to be, they have to believe that they can do it and then just go out and do it. But they need to show a little more fight and a little more determination.
Have to chance their arm here, in a sense, to get that goal back. Just 1 goal a game, as we mentioned, for Rangers. AC Port of Spain, 10 goals in their last 5 games. They did have that loss to Club SANDO in that sequence on the 13th of December. Got a morale-boosting win against Prisons 2-1 in their last game. Before that, 2 wins and a draw. So 5 points dropped in their last 10 games. Not a bad sequence for them. Most exciting team in the league right now has been the Police team. They're on top. They've only dropped 2 points in their last 5 games. That is remarkable and a really good return for them. So what's Cyrus trying to work his way out of trouble? That's good work by Cyrus. Sets up a nice run here. The Bonval gets that one forward towards the run of Weeks. But as it was hit slightly in front of Weeks. Cyrus was playing as a forward player in secondary schools when he played just over a decade ago, showing those silky skills that he had back then. Getting forward here. That was Roberts just at the end of it, couldn't pull the trigger in time.
Get the shot. He has to get a shot off there.
He did have that period of space, and that's where just wasn't able to get the shot off in time. And that's where losing affects your judgment in so many ways. You're wondering, when you're winning, that's the kind of situation you get in there and you go aggressively and pull the trigger early.
That's an easy yellow card there. He just pulled his man down as he went across him. Panto did the good thing. He was gathering speed, and I think in the end it looks like Anthony Charles, the man who picks up the yellow card, just pulled him down. He didn't even make an attempt to try to get the ball.
Marks in the goal in. Still alert and alive on the edge of the box. St. Rose tries to get around the defender but can't. That's good work by the winger for the AC Port of Spain team. Bonval has come on. Trying to stay away from danger here for the Rangers team. That just broken their hands. Excellent distribution there by Haynes to get it out towards the right winger. Switches that's a disappointing cross. He was looking for the run of St. Rose. Too much behind him. And just certainly are not out of this by any means. And now they drive forwards with Panto. Turns up on the left-hand side. Well does well. He's done his work as an attacking sense, and now back to his work as a defender. Rangers again. This is a wonderful run. Gets the ball in and a chance. It's off the post and in. Goal for Rangers.
St. Rose.
And St. Rose, the man who has led the revival in the second half, gets the goal in the 29th minute. 1-1.
Well, we were saying that a goal is not too far away. And in the 74th minute of play, they finally get the
And really, the man St. Rose showed some glimpses of his talent earlier, and that was set up beautifully for him. But still, he had some work to do to effect that finish.
And he didn't try to blast it, but he was smart. Because there were a lot of bodies around him, he just tried to squeeze it in. Luckily for him, it just snuck in on the inside of that far post.
Sam trying to tee it up for a teammate. It will go behind now, and the defender just an errant touch and puts it behind
for
That's
a corner kick.
That's the man St. Rose again there.
He's full of passion, isn't he?
He's back on defense. He's not happy. But it was his touch, his false touch, I should say, that took it away from him and then over the line. But unfortunately for him, the referee's assistant was right there.
I think his argument was that Donval just put an arm on him in the back, and that's what misbalanced him. It's not my fault, ref. Let Ruskin Mark tell you about the corner as we approach the 75th minute here. We're now straight into 76-minute territory, and it's all up to you, Ruskin. Let's see what happens. Can you find a winner?
This could be a big point. Even if the scores remain this way, this will be a great point for Rangers. And when you're down and out, as you say, wet paper could cut you. That's how things don't go in your favor. And but right now, this should give them a lift. But they have to be so careful. You're most vulnerable right after you score a goal. And the records will show teams concede quite a bit immediately after scoring. But they have a player who is injured now, and he is limping off. So they're down to 10 men. This is not ideal for them, but they're going to try to defend this corner kick as much as possible. And it is coming. The header is out. Again, it was Henry who provided the kick. There's another shot from Weeks. He's obviously feeling it. And he wins another corner kick for AC Port of Spain. So they are now starting to try to tighten the screws here a little bit.
Keyshawn Charles is the man who is off for.
He has the ball in, and again, trying to get there, but not able to get it on target. Sam tracks it down nicely. That's a great ball. Good reverse ball, and the cross is in, and the goalkeeper is still not in position. He's scrambling all over the place there. There.
He was signaling there was an elbow in the back of the Lahokka Rangers defender by Henry, and that's why they have been denied the corner here.
Well, good understanding. It's the all's well that ends well. The officials were like on separate pages, on different pages. One wanted the spot kick, the free kick. One wanted the corner kick. But the referee, being the arbiter that he is, he decided, look, I will concede that there was an infringement, and he gives the spot kick to Rangers. They're trying to steal a few yards there, the goalkeeper Henry. The referee's assistant says, no way, partner Richard Tangley says, please take it back a few. Here we go now. Ball played up in the air, bit of a fun there. Now Rangers feeling it. If they could now somehow get that second goal, that would be ideal for them. Great opportunity here. And turning, twisting. And Panther fooled everybody, fooled his teammates as well. So he played it all the way back. SANDO still trying to track it on. Here's that man Panther again. All of a sudden, the Rangers players just seem to be just a little bit quicker than those from AC Port of Spain. And he can't keep it in. But this is so much better from them. They just look like they mean business. And here they come again. All the loose balls are running the way of Rangers. And a good, quick snapshot that could...
Far away from the post either. The goalkeeper had given up on it. If it had gone in, that would have been a stunning reversal here.
Sam, here's Sam, the outlet onto his left foot. He can really spunk the ball. If they could get it, that's offside. They're not going to like that call either, but it was offside. He was just ahead of the last line. So
and you're looking down the line of the defenders. You only have yourself to blame in a situation like that.
And it really is interesting to see this second half. This has been a big improvement from Rangers in the second half, and that is not to say that they played badly in the first. And now the goalkeeper made the clearance, and he went down immediately. Henry goes down. Well, nobody's tackled him. I don't know if he kicked the ground while trying to kick the ball, but he is in serious pain there now.
Well, the way his legs have stayed up, I think that's a hamstring that's gone there. Maybe it is popped, maybe just a little strain. Let's hope it's the latter for him, and he can continue here for the Hawketer Rangers team. But just gives us a chance to look back at the last 10 minutes or so, Ruskin. Just gives us a chance to look back at the last 10 minutes or so. In the last 15 minutes, it has been a really great performance here from the Hawketer Rangers. And it really has been led by Keyshawn St. Rose. He has been the catalyst for this revival. And fittingly, he was the one that got the goal. But this injury for Savian Haynes might put the spoke in the wheel here for Terminex, the Hawketer Rangers.
So Jaden Poon-Lewis actually started a couple of games for them. He's on the bench, so he is obviously the likely replacement. Unless Morris decides to put on the long sleeves and don the gloves.
Or short sleeves.
Whatever. Yeah, the problem with him is that I don't know if he could get a shirt to fit him from any of these two goalkeepers, because neither one of them his size. As soon as he kicked it, it is surprising that he would hurt himself like that, but that's precisely what has happened. And they've brought on the stretcher for him. Right now he's on the stretcher, it looks like, or he's about to get on there. This is so sad to see, because his team was just starting to, it was just starting to kind of take some kind of control. And they're doing it with speed. And that I think is what is putting off the AC Port of Spain defenders. They just cannot cope with the speed that they're getting from Rangers.
Yeah, the defenders are in their mid-30s or so. The two central defenders, Primus and Cyrus, on the back end of their careers, really, you have to say. And that's where the speed of St. Rose has really exposed them. And just to give you an idea of how much the game has changed, when Bonval came on, he was absolutely running down the right-hand side, had the keys to Port of Spain, really, when he was in operation. But as Rangers started to come back into the game, you saw a lot more Bonval in a defensive capacity, just to show you how St. Rose was able to change the complexion of the game and the thinking for AC Port of Spain. So the keeper is now on, Jadel Poon-Lewis, and he's on for the last 8 or 9 minutes or so of the game. And a sad end to the game for Savian Haynes, who hasn't done a lot wrong here. Nothing he could have done about the goal, but pulled off some fine saves for his team, especially that one where Bonval came in unimpeded and tipped it wide.
Here's Shaquille Henry trying to get something going now. That's a good ball. Here is the cross. Hook back. Stopped. Intercepted beautifully. And look at this. They're starting a quick counter-attack, Roberts. And they get some look at the speed again. And he's on the move once more. St. Rose looking up. Decides to go back post. Who is there? And I think Panto was the intended target. And he loses out. Weeks now has gone over on that left-hand side. And he plays a ball to no one in particular. And Poon-Lewis decides he's going to get it back upfield as quickly as possible. So all of a sudden it's just like backs and forwards now. Roberts trying to be a nuisance. Still creating some problems there for the AC Port of Spain outfit. That was ambitious. I don't think St. Rose was too keen on tracking that one down. So 1-1 the scoreline here as we entered the critical stage of this game where it's beginning to look like they might just have to, somebody might have to create something out of the ordinary to break this deadlock. It's 1-1. What a return to form this would be for the Rangers team. And just as I say that, he slices one off, almost giving it away. But they remain with possession here. So 1-1 the scoreline. Again, Brent Sam opened the scoring in the 8th minute. That seemed like that was yesterday. And then, of course, it goes with the equalizer in the 74th minute. So this is where we are now. A nice grandstand finish in store, maybe. This is good from AC Port of Spain, trying to get things going again. Shot wide. Again, you cannot leave him for any extended period of time. That to Shaquille Henry.
Even though he was 35 meters away from yards away from goal,
Yep.
he still tried his luck from there, and he wasn't far away. And so that causes danger. But this is feeling now as we go into the last 4 minutes. If AC Port of Spain cannot get the win, this is very much a situation, a 2 points drop for them. This was a game they were supposed to have come here and win.
And not only that, they looked so comfortable in the first half. Although we had, a few anxious moments on the part of from the La Hoqueta Rangers outfit, but they generally kept things going. And this is why, because of these runs, these are brilliant runs. Here they come again, and the goalkeeper this time, Marvin, the experienced one, Marvin Phillip, comes and claims it, bowls it out, similar to what his former teammate from Princestown would do. Speaking of Shannon Gabriel here, probably not with the same pace, but he did bowl it out accurately.
But he did play for Princestown
Yes.
in that intercall winning performance, didn't he?
Yep, he did. Now, this is an end-to-end action. Here's another one. Sam can't get there. That's a Wiley with a brilliant deflection there, just getting enough of it and keeping it away from Sam. And we have another player going down. He just seemed to run to the ball and then just collapsed on making contact. In fact, he took it over the line. That looks like Raymond has gone down now.
Yeah, it is Raymond who is down. He's still on the field, though, so that's why they can't continue. But Wiley putting his body on the line there, that was a shot bound towards goal. And you have a goalkeeper who's just in. He hasn't touched the ball just yet. That could have been very interesting if he would have been able to make that save.
This might be a groin. Is it a groin strain or something? Or he might have been struck in the private. And so he's trying to kind of pump it out. The referee's assistant is telling him how to do it. There's a header from Sam, but he hits it wide. Well, brilliant ball swung in with pace. That's all that Sam needed to work with. All he had to do was redirect it, but he hit it too straight and wide.
And directed it away from goal. But the goalkeeper, Poon Lewis, is going to take his time with this one. Just a couple minutes away, and this will be a very good point for them. We talked about the impact this will have on. It'll be deflating for AC Port of Spain. But tell you what, for Rangers, who have not won in 4 games, this point will feel like 100 points added on.
Well, Keyshawn Charles is going to leave proceedings, and he's not in any hurry at all. Remember, he was injured earlier, but he's played a really, really good game. So I think they will be very happy with him. Is it 21 that is coming on for? Yes, it is. Joshua Edwards is the man coming on. I think there are 2 of them. That is going to be a very under. Number 12 is also on. Peters
is back as on here.
So Peters and Edwards are both on at the same time.
Trying to shore up this point here. Certainly be at the 0 point for the Rangers team.
And the other player going sprawling down. All the hands went up and nothing given to the referee. Here's A chance again. Henry trying to bring it forward. He's playing very deep though. And now or rather Leston Paul playing very, very deep. They need him to probably step up and try to link up a little bit better with Sheffield Henry and company, especially Sam, to get the balls to him in the danger zones. Here they come again. Opportunity for them. Good early ball in and interception. This man, he was just on the ground there holding his leg as if he was in so much pain that he would probably never recover. But here he is now, knifing his way past players. Can he get the ball in? And another lovely bit of attacking play there, but well read by Primus. And on the move once more, AC Port of Spain. The game has really now stretched out nicely from end to end. That's a brilliant ball from Leston Paul, but he cannot get the handle on it. They have to defend now. Panther plays it up. That's a great ball. And again, Rangers getting all these loose balls. And they're making life very uncomfortable for AC Port of Spain. We played the full 90. We're into added on time now. Didn't see how many minutes, but it could be a few. We've had a few injuries.
I thought I saw 7 actually.
7.
That might be a bit.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Is that a 2?
But it means that they have to defend not this Rangers if they want this point. And AC Port of Spain is going to make them work, I would imagine. Here is the throw. Weeks. Can he get the cross in? Floated this one. And again, the red shirts are there. Now, this is where Rangers can be very lethal. Another long ball played up there, but coming very cool, calm, collected. Is goalkeeper Marvin Phillips. They're going in the other direction.
Playing almost like a stopper there, Marvin.
Yep.
Unusual to see him so far, the Brazil.
Opportunity again for AC Port of Spain. They need to get those crosses in there. And it's being blocked. Numbers up. And both players go down. And, they stay down. But again, Rangers doing well. Coming on there now and getting Peters, the substitute. Getting a touch. See the player staying down in the area. Wiley is gesticulating as if to say, we just have to roll or keep our composure here. And, well, look at who it is again. He's really been through the walls lately. He looked like he couldn't move just to the edge of the field. There, half of his body was on the field, the other half was off the field, and he looked like he couldn't walk. Now he's taken another knock in the area, but a good header though from him to get the ball away. But they still have some work to do. Here's Sam, and this is all that they need for the balls to run free at the back. Paul Lewis is going to milk it for as much and for as long as he possibly can. Comes to the edge of the area, has to be careful. The referees have this 8-second count. Next thing you give away a corner, unnecessarily soon. It's a good clearance over the half line. They're keeping the tempo going. Aim for Henry. He doesn't get it, but they get it back. AC Port of Spain. That's a great ball. And again, another opportunity here, but nothing doing. Holder can't get around it. And more time running off the clock here now for.
Please, I'm having a quick word with
Lewis.
I'm telling him to get on with it here. Lewis looking like he's playing in a practice match at the moment.
Yep, he's taking his own sweet time. I've seen referees issue yellow cards for less. So we have to be careful all the time. 48, almost 49 minutes gone in this second half. We're playing added on time. Here is a chance now for Jacaran to get it back across to Peters, and immediately it's played upfield for those big towers in the middle there, dealing with anything that area. There's another tackle one in midfield. Can he get the ball across? Panther is out there. He's very busy indeed, and stopped dead in his tracks there. What a tackle, a first-time tackle that is from Weeks, and he comes scampering forward. What is the call? Did it go out?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Well,
by the second official.
Yeah, he seemed like he had more than enough time to keep that ball in, but for some reason, Weeks just pushed it out of play.
Dave Corminer, who was right in front of the play, he immediately put up his hands and said that was out.
Well, this really would be a hard-earned but a much-deserved point if Rangers can hold on for dear life here. That will do nicely. So just kick it upfield. It's going to be a goal kick. Marvin Phillips. Or is it going to be a throw-in? It is a throw-in. Well, so that one did go close. And that's a little nudge there. But the referee's allowing play to continue. They offered a lot of contact to continue as well. Brilliant ball swung in, but there's that man. Really, he's played a monster game at the back there, Raymond. And he's on the prowl again, still going forward, looking for something, taking it to the corner flag maybe, looking for a fall. He decides he's going to, Bonval is trying to track him down. He takes it away from him, and Cyrus has to concede another corner kick.
Well, he was torn between, should I take it and settle for the point, or maybe I could win it here. And then he decided, wait, I have enough guys in there, I can get the cross in. But at that point, the defense had collapsed on him, but still manages to win the corner. And one of the AC Port of Spain teams is kindly not putting it on the spot for him.
Yep. But this has been a real effort on their part, but it's been a good effort because you could point to quite a number of players, including Charles, who went off already. And the referee's asking them to play the corner. They played it short, and they played it short again. This time they're going to go the route of trying to run time. And down he goes. The referee says he's off the field, so play continues. And they're just going to try to stop this play as quickly as possible. Holder has to give it up. Back it goes to Cyrus. He's looking for Sam, but Sam is in the wrong position. One would have to say they need Sam to be pulling away to that far post. He's running straight towards the goal. That ball could only be a flighted ball to him. But they need him to go way on the side. So when they hit it, he has enough time to see it and to see where the goal is. So it's partly his fault that he ran offside because he was just hell-bent on going forward. More time running off the clock here. There is, again, another ball, beautiful ball played down the right-hand side again. That's a good challenge. The referee said it's a free kick.
Well, 7 minutes is now up, so this will definitely be the last play of the game. Last chance saloon here.
Yeah, we're into the 53rd minute of play. And a chance for AC Port of Spain. And going back there, Bonval, he has it. The referee says take it back. He wants it taken from the precise spot, but he's leaving it. And it's going to be played in by Paul. Not a good ball at all. It's way behind the attackers. We have another ball, one back, and this could be a foot race here, but Marvin Phillips is sweeping and doing his best impersonation there of Igita. And he takes it back and gets it back. Now he gets another chance to be the hero. Marvin Phillips plays it forward. The referee still allowing play to continue. Morris is there, the big fella. He's going to hit this probably into Carnage. He decides to hold on to it, showing his little foot skills from back in the days in St. Anne's. And they're still battling, and he's crawling. This is the effort that they're looking for. He's on all fours, trying to keep the ball in. And the captain is really, he looks spent. I don't think if you stand up next to him, he might ask you for his salt or fresh. He's blowing like a nutscart there right now.
Magnificent effort there by the captain, doing well to thwart the danger, but a last chance here for AC Port of Spain.
54th minute. Now headed down, shot blocked, and eventually it's cleared away. And that is the final whistle. And look at how many bodies have just dropped on the ground from the Rangers outfit, even from the AC Port of Spain team. They know that those are 2 points dropped or lost there, but for Rangers, that 1 point could feel like a win.
Yeah, this really does feel like a win for the Rangers here. Out of the last 15 possible points, this is their first point that they've gotten So this is big for them, and this could be the point at which they turn around their season and survive.
Well, they'll be hoping for that, and but I'm sure that they would much just be happy to know that they have this in them, that they could produce something like this, because for the better part of the last 20 minutes or so of this second half, they were in fact the better team, and they looked the more likely to score. They did score, and then even after that, they looked like they could carve out a chance or two. Sam had a big header there, but outside of that, AC Port of Spain didn't really create too much by way of sort of clear chances, and as a result of that, we have a share of the points here this evening. So congratulations to the Lahoketa Rangers. They have been able to secure a big win when few outside of their camp gave them any hope at all of getting anything out of this game. But boy, so much it is for perseverance that they were able to come from behind to get the point, and they thoroughly deserve it.
Yeah, certainly is a deserved point here for Rangers. For AC Port of Spain, it will feel like 2 points dropped for them. And they have, coming up next, they will be playing Central FC on January 3rd. As for Rangers, it's not going to get any easier. They're facing Police, who I think at the end of the day could still be at the number one team in the competition. So two tough games coming up for these two teams next as they try to get their way. One trying to get out of the danger and the other trying to make it to the top of the table.
So that's the situation here. On behalf of Video Ramphal, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much. And again, remember, stay with us here on Wave TV and on FIFA Plus as we continue our coverage of the TT Premier Football League here in Trinidad and Tobago. And as we leave you from the Hazley Crawford Stadium, one last time, it's AC Port of Spain 1, Lahoketa Rangers 1. That's the very latest from the Hazley Crawford Stadium.